Chapter 4982. Thus, she told them what Madame Xinyuan had told her. Yunxue thought that if I were to stay at home forever, the chances of meeting Madame Xinyuan again would be close to zero. It would be better for me to travel outside. Firstly, I could broaden my horizons. Secondly, I could see the world. Thirdly, I might meet Madame Xinyuan again one day. When she spoke up to hear, she smiled and said, "It wasn't that Yunxue remembered what Madame Xinyuan said about giving me a fortuitous encounter when we met again. It was because when I sent her off, I saw her leisurely and carefree footsteps, and I suddenly felt envious." She looked at the two of them. Yunxue doesn't want to stay at home forever. I don't want to be sheltered by the family. I don't want to live in this small world for the rest of my life. She then kowtowed 3 times. "Grandfather, father, please grant me my wish." Grandfather Xinyuan and Huangfu Xiao fell silent. They didn't say anything and just looked at Huangfu Yunxue, who was kowtowing to them. After a long while, Huangfu Xiao said in a low voice, "You've never traveled far before. You don't know the dangers of the world. Furthermore, you're not strong enough to travel outside. If I really let you go out, I'm afraid you'll die in less than 3 months." Yunxue is not afraid, father. Yunxue is not afraid of death. She looked at him and said with determination. Seeing how determined she was, Huangfu Xiao didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to scold her, he heard his father speak. "Since you want to go out, I'll allow it. However, you just had an epiphany not long ago. It's not suitable for you to go out now. You'll have to break through first." "All right," Huangfu Yunxue replied with a smile on her face. With her current state of mind and the benefits of her epiphany, she could break through within 3 months. "Master, there are guests outside," the housekeeper hurriedly reported with an excited expression. Seeing the housekeeper's expression, Grandfather Xinyuan gestured. "Go take a look." "Yes," Huangfu Xiao replied and went to the front yard. "Grandfather, I'll go back and cultivate in seclusion," Huangfu Yunxue said and left as well. On the other hand, after Fengjiu left the Huangfu clan, he took a stroll around the city and sat in a restaurant for a while. After confirming that Spectre Palace's forces had vanished overnight, he left Yaoyang City and headed in the direction of the Song clan. In the Song family, Songmi, and a few of her brothers accompanied Hao and the other 2 to play around the city. After visiting all the fun places in the city, they stayed in the Song family and did not go out. It was just that staying in the same place for too long was boring, especially for the children. Today, Yu trotted to the side of her 2 brothers and excitedly said, Big brother, I heard Big Brother's song and others are discussing about going to some forest to look for food ingredients. How about we also go together to take a look?" Hearing this, the 2 people who were practicing in the courtyard stopped. Howard wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Did they agree to take us there? Also, how long would they be gone? Mother told us to wait for her here. If we go with them, won't Mother not be able to see us when she comes back?" Chapter 4983. Where's Sister Me, Mu Chen asked, looking at his sister. "Doesn't she know that Brother Song and the rest are going?" She was called by her mother. "She probably doesn't know, right? I just heard them say that they're going to see if there are any new ingredients." She stepped forward and swayed her brother's hands. Big brother, let's go too. Let's go. It's so boring to stay here every day, and I can't continue eating like this. Look, my little tummy is already round." She touched her round little tummy and sighed like a little adult. "If I get any fatter, Master won't be able to recognize me in the future." "Ow!" And Mu Chen looked at her with a slight smile. These days here, they ate all kinds of delicious and novel things every day. The 2 of them were fine. They knew how to control themselves, and they also practiced martial arts and the like, so they did not get fat. Yu on the other hand, could not control her mouth and legs. So after a few days, her little face was still fine, but her little tummy was obviously a little round. They felt that she was very cute like this. "Big brother, why don't we go and take a look? It's a good opportunity to gain experience and exercise," Mu Chen said, looking at his brother beside him. "Okay." Howard nodded. "Let's go find Sister Me, first. We still have to tell her about this." "I'll go find Sister Me, Big brother, you guys go to Brother Song's courtyard first. I'll bring Sister Me over later. Ur happily said, then ran outside, while waving her hand towards them, as if a bird that was released from the cage, endlessly excited. Seeing her so happy, the two brothers' eyes softened, and a trace of a smile flashed across their eyes. After tidying up, the two of them left the courtyard. The three Song brothers were discussing when the matter came to an end. After finalizing it, Song Air and Song Sin both stood up and said, then we'll go back and prepare. We'll go out in a while after we're done. Okay, Song Sin responded. When he stood up, he saw two figures coming over. He smiled and asked, why are you here? Big brother Song, second brother Song, third brother Song. The two bowed and greeted them one by one. It had to be said that it was easier to remember them by calling them by their ranks. We've been discussing about going out for a while. I don't think we'll be able to accompany you for the next few days. If you want to go somewhere to play, or if you want to eat something good, just look for me. Got it? The second son of the Song family said with a smile, looking at the two of them. Hearing that, said, actually, we came here to ask if we can follow Big Brother Song all the way there. You want to come with us? When the three brothers heard this, they looked at each other in surprise and said, that's not right. We're not going out to play. The forest we're going to is more dangerous. Moreover, if we're looking for ingredients, we'll probably go deeper into the forest. It's not safe to bring you along. Brother Song, don't worry. We won't drag you down. Our master has already arranged for us to train alone in the dangerous forest, so we definitely have the ability to protect ourselves. Not to mention their strength, just their contracted beasts were enough to keep them safe in the forest. But Old Song hesitated as he looked at the two of them. For a moment, he couldn't make up his mind. Chapter 4984. Father. When the three Song brothers saw him, they bowed to him and greeted him. They glanced at their sister and Cloud 7, who was beside them. Song Lingbo walked in with his hands behind his back. Speaking of which, I haven't been outside for a long time. I'll go with you this time and bring them along. It's good to let them see more. The three Song brothers looked at each other and agreed. Okay, let's go together. But won't Mother be the only one left in the residence? Yes, with your mother looking after the residence, you don't have to worry about anything in the residence. Even if she encounters something she can't solve, she will discuss it with the elders in the residence. Song Lingbo looked at Hao and the other two and smiled. You guys go back with me, and pack up. Don't leave today. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Yes, thank you very much, Uncle Song. Hao and the rest bowed to him. Let's go. I'll bring you back to pack up and see what you need to bring. Me. Smiled and waved at Hao and Muchun. She brought the three of them back to pack up first. In the courtyard, Song Lingbo instructed his three sons to prepare well and pick some people from the residence to form a team to accompany them. On the other side, Mir, who was bringing the three of them back to the courtyard, said, this time, we'll be going out with my father and brother. We don't have to worry about not having anything to eat. We don't have to bring too much dry food. We could just get whatever we want to eat on the way. The three of them nodded without any objections. Hao then said, Sister Mir, how long will we be going out this time? I'm a little worried that Mother won't be able to see us when we go out. Hearing this, Mir smiled and said, you don't have to worry about that. I'll go tell my mother later and tell her that a friend might be visiting. If she comes, let her stay in the residence and properly entertain her while she waits for us to return. Can we also leave a message for her? Hao asked. Of course. You can also leave a message for her. Go back to your room and write what you want to say. Once you're done, I'll put it all together and give it to my mother. When your mother comes, let her give it to her. How about that? Mir asked. Okay. The eyes of the three lit up and they immediately agreed. All right, then you guys go ahead and write your letters. I'll go get some spirit rice. I'll come back later to get your letters, then I'll go see my mother. Song Mir said. She waved at them and turned to leave. The three of them got someone to prepare a brush and ink. After writing a letter in the room, they waited for me, to return before handing the finished letter to her. Song Mi, took the letter and went to her mother's courtyard. As soon as she entered, she saw that her father was also there. She jogged over and called out with a smile, Father, Mother, you're already a big girl, yet you're still jumping around like this. Madame Song shook her head and looked at her dotingly and helplessly. Mother, I'm going out with father and brother tomorrow. Don't miss me too much. Song Mi giggled, holding her hand and rubbing her head on her shoulder. Chapter 4985. Mother, don't worry. I'm doing fine outside. No one dares to bully me, she said with a smile and raised her chin proudly. She was someone with a master. Her master was the Empress and the Phoenix Master. Who would dare bully her? However, she couldn't say this to her parents right now. Don't worry. She'll be fine if she comes with us. But I'm worried about you at home. Song Lingbo frowned. He looked at her and said, We will probably be gone for about a month. If there is anything that you can't solve at home, remember to discuss it with the elders in the clan. The few of us, father and son, will not be at home. If anyone sends an invitation, don't accept it and don't attend any banquets. Okay, I know. Madame Song smiled. Mother, I reckon that after we leave, a friend will come over. When the time comes, please help me greet her and let her stay in the mansion until we return. Mir hurriedly said, Your friend? Is it a man or a woman? Madame Song asked in surprise. Song Mi smiled and said, It's a woman. This friend of mine is a very important person. Mother, when the time comes, you must tell your subordinates to treat her well. Seeing her daughter so concerned, she shook her head and smiled. How should I address your friend? You have to tell Mother clearly, right? So we don't get the wrong person. How should I address her? Song Mi's mind turned. She remembered that her mistress often referred to herself as Madame Xinyuan outside. So she said to her mother, My friend's husband's surname is Xinyuan. She's often referred to as Madame Xinyuan. Madame Xinyuan? Okay, Mother will remember it. I'll tell the gatekeeper later. She nodded and made a mental note. And this is the letter I left for Madame Xinyuan. Mother, remember to hand it to her personally. Took out the letter written by Hao, and the others and handed it to her. Chatted with her parents in the room for a while, then got up and went back to prepare for the journey tomorrow. Early the next morning, a group of people set off from the Song residence. This time, because Song Lingbo's 3 sons were going with them, they picked 12 people from the residence to form a group. To them, 12 people were enough. Because there were more of them, these 12 people would protect the 3 children. As for the Song father and son, they were very confident in their own strength. After leaving the city, the group flew on their weapons and headed to their destination. After half a day of flying, they arrived at the forest in the afternoon. Because they were looking for ingredients, they naturally didn't go to the outer regions. After all, they could only find the things they were looking for in the deeper parts of the forest. They flew directly to the edge of the inner circle of the forest before heading into the forest. Mir said to Hao and the others, Look, this forest is also divided, and it's very obvious that this red forest belongs to the inner circle. Hao and the other 2 looked down. Indeed, there was a conspicuous red forest in the forest below. It formed a large circle like a border, clearly distinguishing between the 2. Chapter 4986. Sit tight. Hao and the other 2 heard the sound, and, at the same time, they held tightly onto the aircraft they were sitting on. They only felt the aircraft speed up as it flew down. Gusts of fierce wind blew in their faces, and they couldn't even open their eyes. Behind them came the screeching of the giant birds and the flapping of their wings. They felt their vision darken, and at the same time, the air became colder. Looking ahead, it turned out that the aircraft had passed through the cover of the towering trees and landed on the ground in the middle of the forest. Screech! They heard a sound and turned to see that it was a giant bird that was unwilling to let its prey escape. It folded its wings and swooped straight down. Its sharp red beak with hooks screeched, and its 2 sharp claws grabbed at Mu-chun. Perhaps this giant bird thought that this human child was small and did not have much lethality. As long as it caught him, it would be easier for it to take the prey away for a meal. Watch out! Not only Song Lingbo and his 2 sons, but even the 12 Song family members who were traveling with them cried out in alarm at the same time. When they saw the giant bird grabbing at the child, they instinctively wanted to cut it down with the swords in their hands. But they were worried that they would hurt the child, so they quickly gathered their chi and rushed forward. Unexpectedly, when they saw the next scene, everyone was immediately stunned. Mu-chan did not even frown when he saw the giant bird's eagle-like claws coming at him. To be honest, although he was young, the number of beasts he had killed was uncountable, not to mention a giant bird like this. Originally, if this giant bird was like the other giant birds and did not dare to come down, perhaps this matter would be over. He was just a child, so naturally he would not chase after that group of giant birds called spirit-devouring birds to pluck their feathers and kill them. However, this one felt that he was a person who did not even have the strength to trust a chicken and wanted to catch him as food. Since this was the case, he naturally could not stand still and let it do as it pleased. What's more, he had followed the Song family into the forest to gain experience and broaden his horizons. However, the Song family thought that he was just a child and didn't have the ability to protect himself. Under such circumstances, he felt that it was necessary to show off his skills. As a result, when the giant bird was about to grab him, he suddenly squatted down and pulled out the dagger from his boot. Then, he quickly jumped up and grabbed the giant bird's feathers with one hand. Then, he flipped over and sat on its back. Raising the dagger in his hand, he directly cut off the spirit-devouring bird's head. Blood splashed out from the air and splattered all over the ground. A sharp and mournful cry rang out, hurried and panic-stricken. The moment the sound rang out, the spirit-devouring bird's head was chopped off and fell to the ground. The giant bird that was about to flap its wings and fly away also plummeted down because of this sudden change. Bang! The body of the bird, which was the size of an adult, fell heavily on the ground and twitched a few times. In the end, its entire body stiffened and stopped breathing. The father and sons of the Song family and the 12 Song family elite guards were all dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape and could not recover for a long time. This is too amazing, isn't it? Isn't that child's skills a little too good? And his reaction, isn't it too fast? Chapter 4987. Everyone's shocked gazes shifted away from the child, who had a calm expression and didn't even frown, and landed on the dagger in his hand. This dagger is definitely a good dagger. Compared to their astonishment and shock, Mirror, Hower, and Yer appear to be used to it. They were not surprised at all. They knew Mu-chan. It would be strange if he couldn't even deal with such a giant bird. Stepped forward and patted her 3 brothers on the shoulder. She smiled proudly and said, "Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, how is it? I didn't lie to you, right? The 3 of them have the ability to protect themselves, so you don't have to worry about them. They are indeed powerful." The 3 of them nodded in unison. After glancing at me, they looked at Mu-chan, who was wiping the dagger, and said, "I really didn't expect his adaptability and fighting ability to be so strong." As they spoke, they couldn't help but look at the 2 people on the side. Their eyes flashed. The 3 of them were all Emperor Qing's disciples. This Yin Yuan was already so powerful, so Yin Shun and Yin Shi should not be too far off. Unexpectedly, they were not joking when they said they had the ability to protect themselves. At this time, Song Lingbo stepped forward and said to Mu-chan, "This is a spirit-eater bird. It occupies the sky above this forest as its territory with its speed and tough fur. It specializes in attacking cultivators, eating their spiritual power and flesh to transform into its own strength." As he spoke, he squatted down beside the spirit-eater bird. He reached out and pressed on its body. He pointed to a spot and said, "This is an old bird. It has already formed a golden core here." Mu-chan looked on from the side and saw that he had unknowingly held a sharp knife in his hand. He accurately pierced the spirit-eater bird's body. After a while, he took out a red round bead the size of a thumb. "Keep it. This is good stuff." Song Lingbo handed the red bead to Mu-chan. Mu-chan glanced at him before reaching out to take it. "Uncle Song, what's the use of this bead?" Song Lingbo smiled and said, "Spirit-devouring birds that have lived for 100 years are considered old birds, and among 100 old birds, only a few can form a golden core. These golden cores are where the spirit-devouring birds store their energy and spiritual power. They can be used for cultivation and they can also be swallowed, which is very helpful in increasing one's cultivation. Hearing this, Mu Chun nodded his head as if he understood. He walked to the front of Yu and handed that red bead to her and said, "You can play with it, but don't eat it. It's too dirty." Hee hee. "Thank you, second senior brother," Yu said with a smile, then took that red bead and played with it. When the people of the Song family saw that he gave the rare golden elixir to Yunqi, they couldn't help but smile. She thought to herself that their relationship was really good. All right, let's go ahead and take a look. There are countless treasures in this forest, but there are also unimaginable dangers. Therefore, it's best to be careful. Safety first. Song Lingbo looked at everyone as he spoke, especially the three children and his daughter. Mirror? Yes, we know. Everyone responded and went forward together. Chapter 4988. Let's rest here for a while. Let's see if there are any ingredients nearby, and take some to cook. Song Lingbo looked at the place and was about to stop and rest. Okay, then you guys rest. We'll go look around. Song Yihong called his two brothers and brought 2 or 3 elite guards to look around. Find a place to sit down and rest. If you're thirsty, drink some water. Don't run around. Song Mi was said to Hao and the others. Then she came to her father's side and asked with a smile, "Dad, I heard that there's a black canopy Ganoderma in this forest. Is it true?" Song Lingbo, who sat down under the tree, glanced at her. "I haven't seen it before, but I heard that cultivators found it here. Why do you ask?" "I heard that this black canopy Ganoderma can run away with spiritual wisdom, so I'm curious. What does it look like? Does it taste good?" She held her chin and thought about the appearance of an ordinary Ganoderma and the black canopy Ganoderma. It was said that it was a good thing with many effects. Unfortunately, she had never seen it in her life. Song Lingbo didn't answer her. Instead, he glanced at the 3 children sitting in a circle. A complicated look flashed through his eyes. He asked, "Are the 3 of them all that skilled?" The sudden change of topic startled Song Mi. She followed his gaze and saw Hao and the others talking about something. Seeing this, she laughed. "That's right. The 3 of them are very skilled. Among them, Yunshin's skill is the most outstanding. However, the other 2 are also not bad. Dad, don't underestimate them." "Of course I won't. After all, they're master." He paused and didn't continue. On the other side, Hao and the others were sitting together and talking. "This place is also a rare training ground. We haven't fought much recently, so we can play to our heart's content here. How about this? Let's have a competition to see who can hunt the most fierce beast cores when we leave." "How?" Looked at his younger siblings and glanced at Song Lingbo. "Unless it's a last resort, don't use your contracted beasts." "Yes, we know." Mu Chun and Mu Yu nodded. "Also you, although you're studying medicine, but your body technique and fighting strength also can't be rusty. This time you're not allowed to use medicine to deal with ferocious beasts, and use your own strength to kill ferocious beasts as much as possible." "How?" Looked at you, and said. It was a good thing that his sister liked medicine, but he was also worried that if she relied too much on medicine, her combat ability would not be able to keep up if she really had a fight with others in the future. Yes, Cloud 7 knows," she replied with a smile. Not long after, Song Yihong and the others came back. Some of them picked up some branches, some caught a few wild animals, and some picked some mushrooms. Big brother, second brother, third brother are back. Song Mi smiled and went forward to take the things they brought back. When she saw that there were many mushrooms, she said, "There are so many mushrooms. Maybe it rained not long ago, so there are a lot of mushrooms growing in that area." Chapter 4989. We'll do as you say. Since we're outside, there's no need to be too delicate. The main thing is to let everyone eat their fill. Look around to see if there are any wild herbs and the like. Pick some back to cook the soup. As Song Lingbo spoke, he sat cross-legged under the tree and closed his eyes to rest. Since his sons were going to handle it, he naturally did not need to do anything. He only needed to wait. "We'll help too." Hao and the other 2 walked over and said. Seeing this, Mir said, "Then come with me to pick some wild herbs. We'll pick more mushrooms in case there's not enough to eat." "I'll go with you." As Song Yiming spoke, he put down the things and accompanied them to the vicinity. The others began to methodically carry out their tasks. Some handled the game, some took out pots and bowls, and some prepared to light a fire. A few days later, when Hao and the others were training in the forest with the Song family, Fengjiu arrived in the city. After asking for the location of the Song family, she came to the front door of the Song family. Looking at the door in front of her, she walked up and knocked on the door. The door opened, and a middle-aged man looked at the woman in green outside the door. After carefully sizing her up, he asked, "May I ask if you are Madame Xianyuan?" Before he left, Miss Me had told him that a friend of hers would be visiting. It was a woman in green, and her age and appearance were as described. There was no doubt that it was the person in front of him. Hearing the gatekeeper's words, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. She originally wanted to ask, but she did not expect the gatekeeper to call her by her name first. Thus she said, "Yes, I'm here to see me. Esteemed guest, please enter the residence." The middle-aged man did not dare to delay and hurriedly opened the door to invite her in. He said, "Miss Me said before she left that Madame Xianyuan is an esteemed guest of the Song family and cannot be neglected." As he invited her into the residence, he raised his hand to call for another person to stand guard at the door and personally led her to the front hall. As he walked, he slowed down by half a step and said, "Madame Xianyuan, please take a seat in the hall. I'll invite you over later." After Fengjiu sat down, a maidservant served tea and snacks and then retreated outside to wait. Sitting alone in the hall, Fengjiu did not feel restrained. Instead, he took a sip of tea and tasted a piece of dessert. Not long after, a beautiful woman slowly walked over. She looked at the beautiful woman and saw that her brows were similar to Song Mi's. The only difference was that this beautiful woman had a different face from Song Mi. The beauty of this beautiful woman was not glamorous, delicate, but delicate. Instead, it was a kind of graceful and luxurious beauty. It was not breathtaking, but the more one looked at her, the more one felt that she was beautiful. Madame Xianyuan. Madame Song slowly walked in alone with a polite smile on her face. She was a little surprised by Madame Xianyuan's young age, as well as her calm and composed aura. Madame Song nodded slightly at her, her gentle voice carrying a smile like a spring breeze. "I am the madam of the Song family, and also Mi's mother. I've heard me mention Madame Xianyuan, but I didn't expect Madame Xianyuan to be so young." As she spoke, she walked to the main seat and sat down. Her gentle gaze fell with admiration on the green figure sitting at the bottom left. Chapter 4990. Hearing this, Madame Song couldn't help but smile. Her brows were full of indulgence and helplessness. This child has made me worry a lot. She didn't even send a letter back when she left. I've been so worried at home. Fortunately, this child was able to make friends with someone like Madame Xianyuan. She told me that Madame Xianyuan took good care of her when she was outside. This time, she must stay at home for a few more days so that we can properly host her. Actually, she took good care of me when we were outside. Her culinary skills are especially outstanding. Fengjiu said with a smile. Our family is a family of culinary cultivators. Our children's culinary skills are quite good. When Mir came back some time ago, she even brought 3 friends with her. She said that she made friends outside. The 3 of them stayed here for a few days and have gained quite a bit of weight. Madame Song thought of the 3 children, Yunqi. She was small and chubby and looked very likable. The smile on her face couldn't help but deepen. Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes flashed. It's Yunshun and the others, isn't it? We came here together, but I had some matters to attend to and had to leave first. I made an appointment with them to pick them up when I was done. Madame Xianyuan knows them too. Madame Song said in surprise. Mir didn't tell me. However, she probably didn't expect Madame Xianyuan to finish her task so quickly. Just a few days ago, Mir, Yunqi, and the others went out with Mi's father and 3 brothers to see if there are any new ingredients in the forest. This trip will probably take about a month. As she spoke, she took out a thick letter and handed it to Madame Song. Mir asked me to give this to you. Madame Xianyuan, please stay in the manor for this period of time. You can keep me company too. Fengjiu took the letter she handed over. After opening it, he realized that it wasn't written by Mir, but by the three children. It was mainly about what had happened in the Song family these past few days. They also said that they wanted to go out and gain experience. They asked her to wait for them at the Song family and not leave without them. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled. She folded the letter and put it into the space. Then she looked at Madame Song and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you all this time. How could that be? Madame Song smiled and said, when I heard from me that you would be coming over, I had someone prepare a courtyard for you. Let me accompany you to take a look. I'll show you around the mansion. The flowers in my mansion's garden have been blooming well recently. You can go and admire them. Fengjiu responded with a smile and followed her out of the hall. They walked to the backyard and familiarized themselves with the Song family's place. After walking around the Song family's residence, they went to the guest courtyard. In the end, Fengjiu didn't choose to stay in the courtyard prepared by Madame Song. Instead, she stayed in Yuer's courtyard. On this day, Madame Song accompanied her until the evening before she left. After Madame Song left, she asked the servants to prepare a bath for her. After taking a bath, she changed into a new set of clothes and entered the space. Since the three children had gone out to gain experience, she would wait here for them to come back. She could take advantage of this period of free time to see if there were any medicinal pills that needed to be refined. Chapter 4991. It wasn't until the end of the morning that the door opened and the green figure walked out. Madame Xinyuan, I thought that would be too quiet for you to eat alone. Since I'm alone as well, I had the servants bring the breakfast over and place it in your courtyard. Let's eat together. She smiled and looked at Fengjiu, who was still a little sleepy. She smiled and said, if you feel bored in the manor, I'll have someone bring you around the city later. All right, Fengjiu responded. It wasn't clear whether he was responding to the first part or the second part. However, after she finished speaking, she still walked over and sat down at the table. These are all normal breakfast dishes. I just don't know if you'll be used to them. Madame Song said and motioned for a servant to scoop a bowl of porridge for her. I'll be fine. Fengjiu smiled and tried the dishes one by one. After a while, she was full after eating a bowl of porridge and quite a few dishes. After finishing his meal, he chatted with Madame Song for a while longer before leading a servant of the Song clan out of the estate to wander around the city. Compared to Fengjiu's leisurely pace, the Song family, including Hao and the others, were not as relaxed as they were in the forest. It wasn't because they were gradually entering deeper into the forest. Other than ferocious beasts, there were also many rare ingredients. At this moment, the Song family's father and son were competing in speed with the golden monkeys. Between the branches, little golden monkeys were jumping up and down, plucking the fist-sized red fruits on the branches. Squeaking sounds came from their mouths from time to time. After plucking the fruits, the monkeys didn't leave. Instead, they broke off branches and threw them at the Song family's people. Then, they screamed and quickly retreated. There are too many of these monkeys. Let's avoid them, Song Lingbo said. When he saw that there weren't many fruits left after the monkeys plucked them, he was so angry that he flipped his palm and spat out a flame. It transformed into a knife and slashed at the monkeys. Hiss! The monkeys opened their mouths and hissed, revealing their teeth as if they were demonstrating. However, what made the Song family feel strange was that these monkeys did not dare to approach the three children. They did not even dare to throw things at the three children. Maybe there will be more sour fruits in front. When the time comes, we can pick some and go back to make fruit sauce. Most of the sour fruits here have been picked by Monkey. There aren't many left, Song Yiming said as he gestured for everyone to leave. The group of people continued to walk inside. 12 elite guards of the Song clan were protecting them. Suddenly, a roar was heard and a ferocious silhouette dashed out. Roar! Be careful! The beast roared. Song Lingbo shouted, and everyone quickly scattered in all directions to avoid the thing that suddenly rushed out. When he took a closer look, his eyes lit up. He raised his hand and gestured for everyone to step back. This is an adult red ground tiger. You guys step back and leave this to me. Seeing he was about to make a move, Mu Chun as well as you all looked towards him. Along the way, they had seen him deal with very powerful, ferocious beasts, and most of them were killed in one move. Then what about this one? Chapter 4992. Mi protected the three of them as they retreated. Seeing the three of them staring straight at her father, she smiled and said, "My father's strength is also very strong. His saber techniques are something that even my brothers and the other two cannot compare to." As she spoke, Hao and the others saw Song Lingbo, who was facing the red ground tiger, slashing with a saber in his hand. The saber in his hand was about 3 fingers wide and glowed with a sharp black light. The saber aura shot out as he slashed with the saber, heading straight for the red ground tiger's fatal spot. The red ground tiger's body was strong and powerful. It was also a peak-level ferocious beast. Its combat strength was also extraordinary. At this moment, it was fighting one-on-one. Very quickly, the smell of blood filled the air. Roar! Swish, swish. The saber aura and the roar of the red ground tiger resounded from time to time. Everyone retreated to look. The surrounding trees in front of them were either broken by the red ground tiger or the saber aura. With a cracking sound, the trees fell down in a disorderly manner, half covering the figures of the man and beast. Bang! After about half an instant's time, a loud sound was heard and the front returned to normal. Everyone saw Song Lingbo walking out with a saber in one hand and the dead red ground tiger in the other. The red ground tiger that weighed several hundred pounds was easily dragged in front of everyone. How about I peel off the skin of this red ground tiger and make it into a blanket for you? Song Lingbo asked with a smile, looking at his youngest daughter. No need. No need. I don't need it now. Father, give it to my brothers. Song Mi quickly waved her hand and said, "Forget it if you don't want it. Then I'll peel it off and give it to your mother." Song Lingbo glanced at his 3 sons and said, "If you want to hunt it, it's just a red ground tiger. It's not like you can't hunt it." The 3 Song brothers heard their father's obviously biased words and couldn't help but twitch the corner of their mouth. They were used to it. Since they were young, they had to fight for whatever they wanted. Whatever their sister wanted, their father would get it for her. This was the difference between sons and daughters. Don't just stand there. We'll be active in this area these 2 days. You can go around and take a look. As Song Lingbo spoke, he looked at Hao and the other 2 and said, "You guys come along too. Don't go too far and be careful." These days, he had a whole new level of respect for these 3 children. Although these 3 children were young, they were not easy to deal with. With their skills, it was not a problem for them to deal with ferocious beasts. Back in the days, when his children were their age, they were still shouting behind him. Indeed, comparisons were odious. Who were these 3 children's parents? How could he be so outstanding at such a young age? "Father, I'll bring them around to take a look. I won't be following them." Song Mi said with a smile. She waved her hand at them and quickly led Hao and the others to a place nearby. "The 2 of you, follow them and protect them. Don't let anything happen to them." Song Lingbo said to the 2 elite guards. "Yes." The 2 elite guards responded. Although they felt that they might not need their protection, they still quickly followed. "Father, then we'll also go and take a look nearby." As the 3 Song brothers spoke, they each led 1 person and left. Chapter 4993. Song Mi brought Hao and the other 2 to look around, but didn't see any other beasts. "Why don't we look around to see if there are any ingredients? There shouldn't be any beasts around here." Hao looked around and said, "Sister Mi you don't have to worry about us. We can protect ourselves. You go and pick the ingredients. The 3 of us want to walk a little further." But Song Mi somewhat disagreed. After all, this place was full of hidden dangers. Who knew what they would suddenly encounter? "Sister Mi don't worry. We will protect ourselves." You said with a smile. "We came out to test how much our skills have improved. We can't always be protected by you." Muchen also spoke up. Seeing this, Mi glanced at the 3 of them and said, "All right then, but you have to be careful. If you encounter any beast you can't handle, you must run back first. Safety first." "Okay." The 3 responded and looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. "We will follow you." The 2 guards said to Hao and the other 2, "Master asked us to protect you." Hao and the other 2 looked at the 2 guards and nodded. After walking for a while, Hao asked Mu Chun and Mu Yu, Are we going together or separately? Mu Chun and Mu Yu looked at each other and thought for a while before saying, "Let's go together. Let's see if there are any beasts." Okay. Al nodded and continued to move forward. In fact, with their current skills and strength, even if they went separately, he would be more at ease. Another thing was that Yor had a strong contract beast. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about her. Do you hear something? Mu Chun stopped and looked at a certain place in the forest. Hearing this, Hao and Yor also stopped their footsteps and listened attentively. Faintly, there was a small sound coming from the lush forest. It seems to be the sound of monkeys. Yor said and looked at them. Could it be that group of golden silk spirit monkeys from before? Let's go take a look, Hao said as he led them towards the source of the voice. The two elite guards following behind heard their words and immediately stepped forward to stop them. They said to Hao, "Young Master Chun, the golden silk spirit monkey's temperament is not gentle. On the contrary, they like to fight and live in groups. It would be inappropriate for us to search for them." Hearing this, Hao said, "There were about 30 to 50 monkeys from before. Even if it was their nest, there would only be about 50 to 60 of them. Although these golden silk spirit monkeys are pack animals, there won't be more than 100 of them. They are warlike, so we can use them to practice our skills." But they still wanted to say something, but they saw that the three people had already walked past them. They could only brace themselves and follow. In the lush forest, the branches and leaves of the towering trees formed a natural umbrella. Even though it was noon, only a little bit of sunlight shone through the layers of lush leaves. There was a damp smell in the air, and there was a faint smell of rotting leaves mixed with the smell of soil that spread with the breeze. Chapter 4994. After Hao trio approached, they didn't directly reveal themselves. Rather, using the trees as half cover, they sized up the scene in front of them. That big tree was very lush. Its branches and leaves bloomed to form a big umbrella. Above the tree body, there were even vines growing and winding around. Some monkeys were holding those vines and swinging back and forth between the trees, issuing squeaking sound. There should be less than 70 monkeys. Mu Chun roughly counted those monkeys. It was indeed a group of monkeys, but also not too many. The bigger monkey, sitting on the top, actually had a monkey smoothing its fur. Yor curiously looked at that big monkey sitting on top of the tree, with two smaller and skinnier monkeys squatting beside it. Hao looked, then said in a suppressed voice, "That one should be the Monkey King. Like this kind of group, generally there will be one leader." Oh, Yor blinked her eyes. Looking at that Monkey King holding a fruit and wiping on its body, it again put it into its mouth to eat. Then looking left and right, it suddenly stared towards them, then quickly jumped up. Opening its mouth, it revealed its teeth and hissed. Along with that half-bitten fruit in its hand, it also threw it towards them. We were discovered. Yor shouted and jumped out at the same time. Hao and Mu Chun also jumped out and separately stood beside Yor. Glancing at the two elite guards behind them who also wanted to come out, Hao said, "You two don't come out. We three are enough here." This monkey's reaction is extremely fast. I'm afraid you three are not its opponent. One of the elite guards said, and somewhat worriedly looked at them. Although their skill was indeed very good, but them 3 and 6 hands dealing with that group of monkeys, I'm afraid they won't be able to cope. It doesn't matter if we can't beat them, then you can come out and help us. Yor said with a beaming smile. Her hand was already holding a dagger. Staring at that monkey pulling the vine and swinging towards them, her small figure jumped forward. She didn't evade, but instead pounced forward. Seeing this scene, those two elite guards only felt their breath caught in their throat, and their heart also followed suit. In the next moment, the other two also rushed forward. Their agility was not inferior to that of the golden monkeys. Looking at the swift and fierce attacks of their weapons, the two of them took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It seemed like they were worried for nothing. The 3 of them should be enough to deal with this group of monkeys. Thus, they retreated until they didn't step forward. They watched from behind a tree, thinking that it wouldn't be too late for them to make a move if they really needed to. The three of them rushed forward and also used the vines to avoid the monkey's attack or to leap onto the tree. They chose to fight this group of golden hair monkeys because they wanted to increase their reaction speed in a chaotic battle. They were outnumbered, and their opponents were agile monkeys. This should be the best way to stimulate their reaction speed. How? Or stepped on a branch and leaped up. The dagger in his hand was aimed at the Monkey King. The Monkey King was originally just watching from the tree. When it saw the dagger coming at it, the claws on its hands and feet lit up. It screamed and pounced at how its speed was as fast as the wind, but it had a fierce momentum. Rip. Chapter 4995. I didn't expect them to react so quickly. One of the elite guards looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh softly. Their courage is also extraordinary. The other person also said, looking at the two little ones attacking fiercely, they didn't hesitate at all. Around the big tree, monkey corpses fell messily on the ground. Fresh blood splattered everywhere and filled the air. I heard from Miss Me, that the ferocious beast that we ate yesterday was hunted by them. TSK. Not simple, really not simple. No wonder Master agreed to bring them into the forest. However, I'm afraid Master didn't know that they had such skills. Indeed, he didn't know. They originally followed Miss Me back. Quickly look. As the two of them were talking, one of them suddenly saw Yunqi in front of them, keeping her dagger and changing it to a whip. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. What are you looking at? The other elite guard followed his gaze and looked at the whip that Yunqi was pulling out. When the whip lashed out, the monkey screamed and covered its head with its hands. It was obvious that it was extremely afraid of the whip. Her whip is really nimble. These monkeys are probably most afraid of whips. One of the elite guards said with a smile on his face. When the other person heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Who told you to look at her whip skills? I'm asking you to look at her whip. Look at that whip. Whip." The elite guard at the side looked at the whip in Yunqi's hand and said, "It looks like an extraordinary weapon. However, I don't use whips and am not very familiar with this type of weapon. What's wrong with this whip? Is there a problem? If I'm not wrong, this whip should be the ancient deity whip. I heard that this whip was bestowed by Emperor Qing to his disciple Yunqi to protect herself. Furthermore, he even issued a kill order. He said that if anyone dared to have any ideas about his disciple Yunqi's deity whip, their entire family would be annihilated." As the elite guard said this, his eyes flashed, and there was a trace of excitement in his expression. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to see the ancient deity whip. Originally, he had only seen this whip in the armament manual. He didn't expect to see a real whip. If this whip wasn't wrong, then the identity of the three of them. In an instant, he understood. Why would Master personally bring them into the forest? So he already knew the identities of the three of them? It was no wonder. How could the person that missed me or brought back not explain clearly to her parents? Then aren't they Qing? The elite guard at the side exclaimed softly, but before he could finish his words, his mouth was covered. "It's good that you know. Don't say it out loud," he hurriedly said. He looked around and saw that there was no one else around. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. "Master knows about it too?" the elite guard asked. "Of course we know, but since Master didn't say anything, we have to keep our mouths shut and not speak of it," the person next to him said as he looked ahead and couldn't help but be startled. In just a short while, there were only a dozen or so golden monkeys left. Creak, creak. The remaining 10 or so golden-haired monkeys cried out in panic. They no longer cared about fighting and quickly fled. In a few breaths, they had disappeared into the forest. Eldest senior brother, where's Monkey King? You, looked towards Hao and asked. "I killed him." Chapter 4996. Okay. You took the crystal core and looked at it. Then, she followed him to the big tree to check it out. Finally, they saw that there was a small tree hole on one side of the big tree. A pile of leaves covered something, and when they pushed it aside, they saw some strange things inside. "Big brother, where did this monkey get these things? Is this shiny thing a pearl?" Yer took out a fist-sized bead. It was suffused with a layer of spiritual light, but they didn't know what it was. "How? I went forward to take a look and saw that most of them were shining or colorful stones and so on. He said, "Put these things away and take them away." Okay. Crawled inside and put away all the things inside. The two elite guards quickly went forward and said, "Young Master Chun, why don't we go back first? Maybe they're already preparing food." The two secretly wiped their sweat, really worried that they would go deeper. Hearing this, Howard looked at Mu Chun and Mu Yu and asked, "Are you hungry?" "Not hungry." The two shook their heads. They had eaten, so they really didn't feel hungry. Why don't we go and see if Miss Me has picked any ingredients?" The other elite guard said. He felt that it was better to bring them back. First, their fighting power was a little scary, and second, they were afraid that if they went deeper, they would encounter something that they couldn't handle. If something happened, even 10 of them wouldn't be able to compensate. "Then let's go back first," Mu Chan said. "The monkey's corpse here will attract other fierce beasts. In order to prevent them from worrying, let's go back first." Okay. Howard nodded and then followed the two elite guards to Mi Er's place, ready to help her find ingredients. Song Lingbo looked at the whole tiger skin that was peeled off, and a smile appeared on his face. He was about to put it away and give it to his wife when he heard a voice. "Your Excellency, this tiger skin is very good. I wonder if you can sell it to me?" Hearing the voice, Song Lingbo looked up and saw a group of about 40 to 50 people coming from not far away. The middle-aged man in the lead was staring at the tiger skin in his hand. "Sorry, I want this tiger pelt for myself." As Song Lingbo spoke, he kept the tiger skin and said to the guard beside him, "Prepare the tiger meat and boil the bones into soup. We will have this red ground tiger for lunch." "Yes," those elite guards respectfully replied. After glancing at those people, they got to work. At this time, the Song family members were dressed in ordinary robes. The only advantage was that it was resistant to dirt and convenient. They did not have anything special on them. Therefore, after those people sized them up, they showed an inexplicable expression. "Hey, who are you? How dare you enter the forest with just a few people?" A man in his 30s shouted at them from behind. Song Lingbo looked at the elite guards and didn't need him to say anything. Hence, he looked at the group of people standing not far away. His gaze landed on the middle-aged man in the lead and said, "With Commander Chai's ability, you shouldn't be lacking in meat, right? Why are you staring at us like that?" Chapter 4997. "I've heard of you, but I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you today," Song Lingbo said as he tidied his robe. Hearing this, Leader Chai narrowed his eyes as his mind spun. A person who could tell his identity at a glance was not simple. However, who could this person be? He knew that they were a mercenary group, but he was not afraid at all. Was he brave? Or was he putting on a strong front? "May I know who you are?" Leader Chai asked as his gaze fell on Yangming. "Song Lingbo." He raised his hand and cupped his fist. "God of cooking, Song Lingbo." Leader Chai raised his voice slightly. It was not difficult to hear the surprise in his voice. "Father, we're back." Mir brought the 3 children back with some unknown items in her hands. Howard and the other 2 also helped to carry some items. The 2 elite guard behind them carried some branches that they had picked up. Seeing them, Song Lingbo smiled. "Don't run around. The fire has already started. Sit for a while, and you can drink some soup first." Mir and the rest walked closer and sized up the group. They saw that the group of 40 to 50 people had a bloody aura on them. Furthermore, each of them had a ferocious and bloodthirsty look on their faces. They could not help but frown slightly and walked away from them. "Hee, leader, I heard that the god of cooking Song Lingbo's culinary skills are extraordinary. Furthermore, the food that he makes can replenish the spiritual energy in one's body and increase one's strength to help one break through. It's like an elixir. Don't you think that we'll miss such a good opportunity?" A man lowered his voice as he spoke. His eyes were filled with excitement as he glanced at Song Mi, and the 3 children with a vicious look. The smile on his face deepened. "Leader, look, they have a woman and 3 children. Furthermore, there are only a few of them." The meaning of his words was self-evident. Leader Chai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. It had to be said that when he found out that this person was the god of cooking Song Lingbo, he already had that thought. However, The god of cooking Song Lingbo's abilities were extraordinary, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, if he captured the woman and the 3 children first, would not be afraid that Song Lingbo would not submit? Chef God Song, I've heard a lot about you. As Leader Chai spoke, he raised his hands and cupped them. At the same time, he took a step forward. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a net towards Song Mi-er and the 3 children. The moment the net reached them, it quickly retracted. As a result, they were unable to dodge it in time as they were holding things in their hands. Ah! Song Mi-er cried out in shock, and the thing in her hand fell to the ground. She used both hands to support the net, wanting to remove it, but the net tightened around her. Hao Mu Chun, and Yu were also stunned for a moment. The things in their hands also fell to the ground. The people who were caught in the net were dragged to the team. Those people quickly surrounded them and trapped them in the middle. Seeing this, the 3 of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. They just stood there quietly. When Song Lingbo saw that Chai San dared to attack them, even after knowing who he was furious. His face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Chai San, let them go." Chapter 4998. Chai San glanced at the people trapped in the net with a smile on his face. "Chai San, if you let them go now and get out of my sight, I can pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Song Lingbo shouted in a deep voice. "Hee, Chef God Song, don't you want them to be safe?" He smiled confidently and looked at the people trapped in the net. Then, he looked at Song Lingbo and said, "I know that Chef God Song is strong and your knife skills are superb. If we were to fight you directly, even with so many of us, I'm afraid it would be difficult to defeat you. However, with these people in our hands, unless Chef God Song doesn't want them to live, it would be better for you to talk to me." "Talk? Oof. What do you want to talk about?" Song Lingbo snorted coldly. No one knew what he was thinking. He glanced at the 3 calm children, and the anxiety between his brows gradually disappeared. "I heard that Chef God Song's cooking is similar to the elixirs of alchemists. What we want is very simple. We just need Chef God Song to brew something for us that can improve our strength. As long as Chef God Song agrees, this chai will naturally not hurt them. Otherwise, when the dagger cut through the net, Hao the 2 elite guards, and Mir jumped out of the net. At the same time, a cold voice came out from Hao-er's mouth. "Otherwise what?" As soon as the voice came out, he held the dagger in his hand and attacked Chai San. His speed was so fast that it was like a shadow passing by, catching people off guard. Whoosh! Chai San only felt a sharp chi blade slashing towards him. The cold aura was mixed with a cold, murderous aura. Chai San turned around abruptly, only to see a cold light coming towards his throat. The murderous aura made him dodge without thinking, but he still had time to avoid the fatal blow. When the sharp blade missed his throat, it turned and slashed towards his shoulder. Hiss! Ah! He felt a sharp pain and blood splashed out. He instinctively cried out in pain and raised his hand to attack. Song Lingbo, who was not far away, immediately went forward and grabbed Hao-er's collar with one hand and sent it behind him. At the same time, he condensed spiritual energy with the other hand to meet Chai San's attack. Bang! When the 2 palms collided, a powerful airflow burst out from the palms of the 2 people and spread out to the surroundings. Wind blades and airflow surged. Almost at that moment, the people on both sides recovered from their shock and quickly attacked each other. A chaotic battle had begun. Fuck, this brat. One of the mercenaries originally thought that since it was only a child, he would deal with him first. Who would have thought that the little brat's skills were swift and fierce, and his first move was a killing move, forcing him to retreat step by step in panic. Brat? More than enough to kill you. Mu Chun snorted coldly, holding the dagger in his hand. Yu Du leaned forward and attacked the man's fatal spot. On the other side, the figure of Yu nimbly jumped, and, after dodging the attack of several mercenaries, she swept the lower body of those mercenaries with her dagger. Her small figure quickly passed by them, and when her figure passed by them, the dagger in her hand would definitely slash towards their legs. This! Ah! My leg! What the hell? Brat, don't let me catch you. Chapter 4999. Although there were few people on the Song family's side, each one of them could fight against 10 people. Even if Hao, and the other two were younger, their fighting strength could not be ignored. At this moment, a throwing knife flashed across Chai San's throat. When he saw Chai San fall to the ground with a groan, Song Lingbo raised his head and looked ahead. His eyes flashed, and he originally wanted to shout for everyone to stop, but the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. In front of them, Jingwei, Mi and the three children were engaged in a chaotic battle with the mercenaries. Jingwei ignored them for now. His gaze landed on me, and the three children. After seeing their astonishing battle strength, his expression became somewhat strange. He knew his daughter. Even if she could fight, she would not be able to fight against 3 mercenaries. But now, she looked like she was handling a butcher's cleaver with ease, which made him surprised. As for the 3 children, he already knew that they were Emperor Qing's disciples. Naturally, their fighting strength would not be too bad. In addition, they had also fought in this forest these days, so he more or less had some confidence. And now, even if their opponents were mercenaries, they were still decisive and neat. That kind of ruthlessness really made people raise their eyebrows. The 3 brothers of the Song family heard the commotion and ran back. They originally thought that something had happened, but they did not expect to see this scene. They were also stunned. They looked at their father and asked, "Father, what happened?" TSK. I didn't expect their fighting strength to be so strong. That is Chai San's mercenary group. Just now, he briefly explained the matter, paused, and said, "I just don't know how it developed into this." The scene in front of them was almost a one-sided slaughter. As more and more corpses appeared on the ground, the remaining 10 or so people fled into the forest in a panic. They thought that those people would be able to escape, but who would have thought that in the next moment Lion chased them to the place where those monkeys were. Yu shouted, and after her voice fell, a ray of light leaped out. Perhaps for the sake of not letting its roar scare the ferocious beasts inside the forest. After the lion leaped out, it didn't roar, rather roared, and chased after those dozen or so people who were running away, chasing them towards the place where the corpses of those monkeys were. In this forest, the smell of fresh blood was the easiest to attract fierce beasts. With so many monkey corpses and the smell of blood permeating the area, if these people were to rush over now, they would die without a burial ground even if they didn't do anything. Perhaps it was because the few of them had given them too much shock. When the divine beast-level lion appeared, the people of the Song family only flashed their eyes. They didn't say anything, nor did they exclaim. As the disciple of Emperor Qing, it was not strange for him to have a contract beast at the level of a divine beast. If there was no guarantee, Emperor Qing would not have let them travel outside without protection. Not long after, shrill screams came from the forest, as well as the roars of beasts and cries for help. The voices grew softer and softer until they disappeared. Chapter 5000. The lion lying in the grass saw the group of ferocious beasts staring at it and stopped hiding. Instead, it stood up and growled threateningly at them. The group of ferocious beasts that originally wanted to follow the scent of blood to hunt their prey quickly retreated when they saw the lion standing up. They lowered their heads slightly and growled. The lion stared at them until they retreated and left. Only then did it walk back to its little master's side. On the other side, Song Lingbo had the elite guards quickly tidy up the scene. After a final count of the spoils of war, he divided the items into 2 portions, one for the elite guards and the other for the 3 children. "We don't want these. You can keep them." Howard shook his head and did not take them. "Take them. These are what you deserve," Song Lingbo said with a smile and placed the items in his hands. Seeing this, Howard took them and passed them to the 2 elite guards behind him. "Then you can have them." The 2 elite guards looked at him in astonishment, then looked at their master. "Songmir," he said with a smile, "just take what he gave you. They don't lack these things. Since it's a gift from him, you should take it," Song Lingbo finally said. Hearing this, The two elite guards immediately cupped their fists and bowed. "Thank you, young Master Chen. Let's change to another place. This place reeks of blood. It's not suitable to stay any longer," Song Lingbo said and indicated for them to pack up and change to another place to rest. "Yes," everyone responded and quickly packed up and moved. Compared to their adventures in the forest, Feng Jiao in the Song residence was much more leisurely. When she had nothing to do, she would chat with Madame Song. Occasionally, she would go out for a stroll. Sometimes, she would stay in the courtyard to read a book or enter the space to refine pills. While waiting for the children to return, she had a leisurely life. On this day, she came out of the space after refining pills. Her body smelled of medicine. She asked the servants to prepare water for her bath. After bathing, she planned to eat something and rest well. After bathing, she sat in the courtyard and ate. Seeing the servant girls and guards outside the courtyard rushing by, she looked at one of the servant girls and asked, "Where are they going? Why do they all look so hurried?" The maidservant curtsied and said, replying to Madame's question, "It seems that there are guests in front of us." However, before the family had left, he instructed us to close the doors and decline all visitors during this period of time. The guests hit the gatekeeper, so everyone in the residence went to take a look. Hearing this, Feng Jiao did not speak and continued eating her food. During this period of time, only people who were sensible would not visit. At this time, the guests of the family, unless she was the kind of person who purposely came to cause trouble when the male owner was not at home. Chapter 5001. Feng Jiao was taking a stroll in the courtyard to help with digestion. Calculating the time, it should have been half a month, right? They should be back soon. She wondered if those little fellows had improved their skills after leaving. She took a stroll in the courtyard and took a sip of tea. After thinking for a while, she walked towards the front courtyard. Now that the head of the Song family was not here, and the Song family was Mi-Er's family, although the Song family's elders were here, she still felt that it would be better to take a look at Madame Song's gentle personality. While she was walking towards the front courtyard of the Song residence was currently in a mess. The middle-aged gatekeeper was currently lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. A few of the Song family's guards were tangled up in a chaotic battle with the guards of the newcomers. Although they didn't use their weapons and didn't take anyone's life, the strength of their fists when they smashed onto the bodies of the people was real. Even if those who were smashed didn't die, they definitely weren't lightly injured. "All of you stop," a voice filled with anger shouted, and the people from both sides stopped fighting at this moment. Everyone looked towards the beautiful woman who had walked out. When the Song family's people saw her, they immediately stepped back and made way for her. At the same time, they bowed. "Madam." Madame Song's face darkened. She walked forward and angrily looked at the group of people in front of her. "Who are you people? You forced your way into the manor and even injured my people. Do you want to become enemies with my Song family?" Even those who were mild-mannered had to put on the airs of the mistress of the house and shout in a deep voice. "Ah, Madame Song, please calm down." A man in his 40s smiled. His gaze fell on Madame Song, and he discreetly sized her up. The smile on his face deepened as he said, "It's because the servants have no manners that they started fighting with the people in the manor. This was not my intention." As he spoke, he looked at Madame Song, whose face and eyes were red from anger, and said apologetically, "It's all my fault for not disciplining them properly. That's why the servants were so impudent. I will give Madame Song an explanation." As he spoke, he took a step forward and pulled out the sword of a guard beside him. With a swish, he cut off the arm of a guard. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. When they saw this scene, the faces of the Song family members changed slightly. This person made a move without hesitation and chopped off the guard's arm. It had to be said that such an explanation extinguished the fire in their hearts. The guard whose arm was cut off, apart from letting out a miserable cry of pain, knelt down because of the sword strike. His severed arm flew out and rolled before him. His other hand clutched the wound where blood flowed endlessly. His face was deathly pale, but he did not dare to make another sound. Instead, he lowered his head, his voice carrying a trace of trembling and forbearance as he said, Madam Song, please calm down. Madam Song did not expect this person to suddenly chop off the guard's arm. At this point, she was also stunned. Looking at this scene, she didn't say anything for a while. Not far away, Fengjiu leaned against the wall and watched the scene in front of him. His eyes flashed when he saw the middle-aged man cut off the arm of the guard beside him. No one knew what she was thinking, but she just stood there and watched quietly. Chapter 5002. The middle-aged man smiled and handed the sword in his hand to the guard beside him with a look of disapproval. His expression was as if he had not cut off the arm of the guard beside him, but some unimportant cat or dog. Madam, I'm sorry for startling you. I apologize to you. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Madam Song. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Cheng Wanli, and I'm here to pay a visit to Brother Song. I don't know if Brother Song has mentioned me to you. Back in Taiping Mountain, Brother Song and I went through a life and death situation. I've always wanted to pay you a visit, but I never had the chance. This time, I'm here to pay a visit to Brother Song, but I didn't expect my subordinates to cause such a ruckus. Madam Song's anger dissipated when she heard the apology in his voice and how he had personally dealt with the troublemakers, addressing her as Madam Song and apologizing to her. She looked at the person called Cheng Wanli in front of her and said slowly, "Since you are old friends with my family's master, then let's drop this matter. I won't bicker with you. However, my master is yet to return and has ordered the doors to be closed. I'm afraid he won't be able to entertain you." Cheng Wanli's eyes flashed, and a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. So Brother Song isn't in the estate? Then I've come at the wrong time. It's just that. His voice paused, and there was a trace of embarrassment on his face as he said, "It's just that my wife suffered from an old illness on the way here and is currently unconscious. I wonder if sister-in-law can allow us to rest in the residence for a day or two." Hearing this, Madam Song was startled, and a trace of hesitation appeared on her face. Only then did she see that in the middle of these people, there were two servant girls who seemed to be supporting a cloaked woman who was leaning on them. Because the other party was still wearing a cloak on her head, her body was also completely covered by the large black cloak, and only her extremely beautiful face could be faintly seen. As for the woman, just as he said, she was currently unconscious with her eyes closed. "What's going on?" An old voice sounded. At this moment, everyone looked back and saw several elders coming out. It seemed that they heard about the disturbance in front of the estate and came to take a look. Seeing the severed arm on the ground, the elders all frowned. Their faces were filled with displeasure. One of them said, "What's going on? Why is there blood?" "Second elder, it's like this." The steward quickly explained the ins and outs of the matter to them. "Cheng Wanli?" Fourth elder looked at the middle-aged man in surprise and asked, "You're Cheng Wanli? Which Cheng clan are you from?" When the others heard the elder's question, they all looked at him, wondering why he asked this question. Mrs. Song didn't say anything, and no one knew what she was thinking. "I'm from a Cheng family in Longnan. My brother is the head of the Cheng family, Cheng Wanshan." Cheng Wanli smiled and cupped his hands. When he said these words, there was a trace of unconcealable arrogance on his face. Hearing this, the elders' expressions changed slightly. Longnan's Cheng family. Chapter 5003. Thinking of the Long-Nan Cheng family's background, the elders were slightly moved. Suppressing their shock, they immediately turned to Madam Song and said, "Since he and Lingbo are old friends and Madam Song is sick, let's invite them to rest in the residence for a day or two." Hearing this, Madam Song frowned slightly and said, "But before Master left, he said that he would not be receiving guests during this period." Moreover, she didn't know whether it was a woman's intuition or not, but she didn't like this group of people, especially Cheng Wanli. This person had chopped off the arm of the guard beside him, and he didn't even frown. It was as if he didn't care that the guard was one of his people. This kind of person was ruthless, and she felt that there was something wrong with his words and actions. She didn't know why Cheng Wanli was old friends with her husband, but her intuition told her that she didn't want them to stay in the mansion. That's one thing. The Cheng family of Longnan aren't people we don't know. It's fine to let them stay for a day or two. Moreover, as the host, we have guests from afar. It's only natural for us to treat them well, fourth elder said. He then looked at First Elder and signaled them with his eyes. In fact, they felt that the Chung family of Longnan was a big family. It wouldn't be a bad thing to be friends with such a big family. Moreover, although Song Lingbo and his son weren't in the mansion, they were in the mansion. They didn't have to worry about anything. Moreover, the Chung family of Longnan was here as guests. Would they do anything to harm the Song family? It was almost impossible for such a thing to happen. Just let them stay. It's not like we don't have a guest house, First Elder said. He then turned to the steward and said, "Take the guests to rest and treat them well." The steward glanced at Madame Song. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he replied, "Yes." Then he gestured to Chung Wanli and the others. "This way, please. Elders, sister-in-law, thank you very much. I'll talk to you again later." As he spoke, he cupped his hands and smiled before following the butler inside. As he walked inside, Chung Wanli's gaze suddenly stopped, and he looked at an ordinary-looking green-robed woman in the corner. His gaze narrowed, and after confirming that she was a very ordinary cultivator, he withdrew his gaze and walked inside. Feng Jiu's gaze lightly swept over the group of people. His eyes moved slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. He glanced at Madame Song, who was being called over by the elders, and paused for a moment before turning around and walking back. That group of people didn't look like good people, especially the one called Chung Wanli. She couldn't be wrong. When he looked at Madame Song, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes, as if he was looking at a prey. It was really unpleasant. There was also that woman who said she was his wife. Even though that woman's hair covered half of her face, making it hard to see her clearly, he could tell that she was very young. A woman in her 20s, how could she be the wife of such a person? It would be strange if she didn't have a problem. It seems that the Song family is in trouble. She sighed, shook her head, and walked back. She wondered when Song Lingbo and the others would return. Chapter 5004. Steward Song led the Chung family to the guest courtyard and retreated. The Chung family's guards guarded the inside and outside of the courtyard, not allowing the Song family to have a chance to approach. In the side room, the two maidservants placed the woman on the bed and retreated, quietly guarding the door. Chung Wanli walked forward and sat beside the bed. He reached out and unsealed the woman's acupuncture points. Not long after, the unconscious woman slowly opened her eyes. However, her eyes were filled with anger and hatred as she glared at Chung Wanli. She wanted to move, but she couldn't. Even if she wanted to curse, she couldn't make a sound. Have you slept enough on the way here? He reached out and caressed her face. He brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing an absolutely stunning face. Looking at her breathtaking face, Chung Wanli's eyes narrowed, and a look of infatuation appeared on his face. He reached out and caressed her face. His fingers traced her eyebrows, down her nose, and down her lips. His fingers moved to her chin and gently lifted her chin. Then, he leaned over and kissed her. The woman's body stiffened. Her eyes were filled with anger, but there was nothing she could do. She could only let him do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, Chung Wanli let out a low cry and stepped back. His face was livid as he stared at the woman on the bed who was glaring at him fiercely. His tongue was bitten, and his lips were bitten. Blood oozed out his mouth. The pain made his whole face darken instantly. He waved his hand and slapped the woman on the bed fiercely. "Slut!" At the same time, a loud slap sounded from his mouth. The people outside the courtyard heard the slap and his curses. No one turned around to look. No one was curious or probed. They just stood there expressionlessly, doing their own things. In the side room, the woman on the bed was fiercely slapped. Half of her face was swollen. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth as she glared at Chung Wanli. Her eyes seemed to say, "Kill her if you have the guts." "Hey!" Chung Wanli spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and lightly touched his tongue. He reached out and pinched the woman's chin. "You want to die? You want to provoke me to kill you? Don't even think about it. I haven't even tasted you properly, so how can I let you die like this?" He flung his hand and snorted coldly. "If you're obedient, you can suffer less. If you really annoy me, you'll suffer." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. After he left, the woman on the bed was left alone in the room. She stared at the ceiling in a daze. Her eyes were filled with despair and sadness. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye and dripped down her cheek onto the pillow, leaving a shallow tear stain. In a room next door, Chung Wanli was talking to four old men. One of them paused and looked at Chung Wanli, asking, "Second master, should we make a move tonight?" Chung Wanli gently pressed the medicine on his lips with his finger and said, "There's no hurry. I'll go check it out tonight. It won't be too late to make a move after I figure out. The main thing is to not alarm those old guys first, lest things get out of hand." As soon as he spoke, his bitten tongue began to hurt. He couldn't help but frown, and his expression darkened. Chapter 5005. So what if he's back? Do you think he dares to go against our Chung clan? Another old man said, his tone full of contempt. Right now, Song Lingbo is the only one supporting the Song clan. His strength is indeed extraordinary. However, this person refuses to be used by others. Otherwise, my Chung clan would have wanted to recruit him. What a pity. Chung Wanli sneered, then seemed to have thought of something. His eyes moved slightly, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. But this Song Lingbo's wife is indeed a beauty. She's already the mother of several children, but she's still so charming. It's a different kind of taste. Second master, why don't you take care of the woman you brought along? It's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen to her on the road. After all, that woman isn't content with her lot. An old man said, then remembered that there was another woman in his room. Now that he thought of Song Lingbo's woman, he shook his head inwardly, but felt that it was normal. Chung Wanli's only hobby was beauties. There were dozens of women in his courtyard, if not hundreds, and each of them had a different kind of charm. However, he didn't expect that his taste would become more and more unique, to the point that he even had thoughts of women. That's the woman I'm planning to bring back to the backyard. She hasn't been naked yet. Moreover, the wounds on her body haven't healed yet. I have no interest in touching a woman covered in wounds. As he spoke, he touched his lips, revealing a strange smile. This woman is very spicy, just like a wild horse. I have plenty of time to tame her. Second master, do you want me to accompany you tonight? An old man asked, looking at him. There's still many hidden guards in the Song residence. I'm worried that you won't be able to take care of all of them. Sure, just one person will be enough. He touched his chin as he spoke. Thinking of Madame Song's appearance and figure, he felt a little impatient. At this moment, Madame Song was walking towards Fengjiu's courtyard. Seeing her taking a stroll in the courtyard, she walked up and called out, "Madame Xianyuan." Fengjiu turned around and raised his eyebrows when he saw her. "Madame Song, why are you here?" "I'm here to tell you that there are some guests in the residence. They're all male guests. I'm worried that you'll meet them when you go out." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "So that's what happened. Just now, I heard from the maidservant that there were guests who came and caused a ruckus in the front yard, so I went over to take a look. I also saw those people." Madame Song frowned and said uneasily, "I don't know why, but I felt uneasy when I saw those people. They said they were from the Chung family. Do you know the Chung family? It's the biggest clan in the Longnan region. Because their clan has produced 9 Supreme Being experts, their status is extraordinary." She sat down by the stone table in the courtyard, with a trace of worry between her brows. "My Song clan is a clan of culinary cultivators. My father-in-law, the ancestor of the Song clan, has been in seclusion for many years. Some say that he passed away. Some say that he can't break through. There are all kinds of rumors outside. Now, only my husband is supporting the Song clan. A clan like ours naturally can't compare to the Chung clan in Longnan. So even if I don't like those people, when the elders asked me to let them stay, I couldn't refuse." Chapter 5006. Fengjiu smiled and sat down at the table. "Since they want to stay, then let them stay. Let's see what they want to do." Madame Song was slightly startled. Seeing her carefree expression and the calm smile on her face, she inexplicably calmed down. She composed herself and said apologetically, "I've made a fool of myself. There's no one I can talk to at home, and I can talk to you. That's why I said this in front of you." "It's fine," Fengjiu said with a smile. "I'm happy to listen. Moreover, I don't think the Song family is inferior to the Chung family. A gentle smile blossomed on Madame Song's face as she said, "My husband's reputation as the god of cookery has spread far and wide. His strength and cultivation are also not weak. In this area, all the clans and forces give him face. No one has ever made things difficult for our Song clan." Speaking of her husband, a proud expression appeared on her face. His voice paused, and the expression on his face disappeared as he continued. "However, compared to the Chung clan, the Song clan is indeed incomparable. Right now, I'm hoping that they will leave as soon as possible after resting for a day or two, lest something happens." The two chatted in the courtyard for a while. Not long after, Madame Song got up and left. After she left, Fengjiu also returned to her room to sleep. When night fell, Fengjiu quietly left the courtyard and went to the guest courtyard where the Chung family lived. In the dark, she noticed that the courtyard was tightly guarded. Moreover, during the day, she also noticed that Chung Wanli was followed by 4 powerful elders. Thus, she was especially careful when she approached the courtyard. She avoided those eyes and ears and quietly snuck into the courtyard. Her figure jumped up and lay down on the roof. Her figure was hidden in the night, and no one noticed. She lay down and listened to the movements below. She could faintly hear Chung Wanli's voice coming from the room below. "Apply medicine for her. Treat her injuries as soon as possible. She's an eyesore." Chung Wanli flicked his sleeves and left the room. He went to another room. Not long after, the 2 maidservants also left the room after applying the medicine and stood guard outside the door. She lifted a corner of the roof and looked down. On the bed, the woman who had been unconscious during the day was now awake, but she was lying motionless on the bed. Her body was covered with a blanket, and there seemed to be no clothes under the blanket. After glancing at it, she put the corner back and gently jumped to the roof of another house. In the room, one of the old men said to Chung Wanli, "It's late now. If you want to go do something, then go. If you can't find out where the Song family's treasure is, remember to use medicine to make her forget what happened tonight, so as not to alert the enemy." "I know, don't worry. I know what to do," Chung Wanli said with a smile. He stood up and straightened his robe. "Then I'll go now. Old Fu, let's go. I'll go in when the time comes. You stay outside and watch for me." "All right," an elder replied. He walked to his side and walked out with him. After Fengjiu saw the 2 of them leave the room, she restrained her aura and walked into the night. The direction she was heading was the direction of the main courtyard. Chapter 5007. In the room, the 3 elders shook their heads. "If Second Master doesn't restrain himself, I'm really worried that he'll cause trouble one day." "Restrain himself? Haha, that's his only hobby. How do you expect him to restrain himself? That woman in the main house, if it wasn't for her injuries that made him uninterested, he would have plucked her long ago. How could she still be a pure and innocent woman? Haha, from what I see, it's not that he's uninterested. It's just that he's interested in Song Lingbo's wife. But this time, we're mainly here to retrieve that item from the Song family. We didn't expect Second Master to have some fun too. Along the way, it's not like he only had fun once. Which one of those women would remember him after that? Speaking of which, that medicine is really good stuff. Isn't that so? But that medicine can only be obtained by the Chung family's direct descendants or those with high status in the family. Fengjiu listened for a while on the roof and stopped listening. She was mainly worried about Madame Song in the main house. If Mi-er's mother was taken advantage of right under her nose, she wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future. Immediately, she turned around and stealthily headed in the direction of the main house. The cultivation of the people from the Chung clan was indeed stronger than the people from the Song clan. The 2 of them walked towards the main courtyard, easily avoiding the secret guards and guards of the residence, and quietly arrived at the main courtyard. Chung Wanli signaled the elder with his eyes. The elder stayed in a secret corner of the house to keep watch. Only Chung Wanli quietly went forward. At this moment, Madame Song was only wearing a white inner garment. She held a book in her hand and leaned against the headboard. However, she seemed to have fallen asleep, and the book in her hand fell off. She supported her head with one hand and turned her body sideways. The blanket on her body only covered her waist. Under the nightlight, a few strands of hair fell on her face, adding a bit of charm to her outstanding appearance. because her body was slightly slanted, her collar was slightly open. Her snow-white skin was very alluring under the nightlight. Chung Wanli, who saw this scene from the rooftop, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He carefully observed from head to toe, and the more he looked, the more intense his gaze became. He noticed that she was the only one sleeping on the bed in the room. Thus, he gently took out something from his sleeve, lit it up, and placed it in the room. Wisps of smoke rose into the air. The faint scent was so faint that if a person who was asleep was not very sensitive to smell, they would not be able to detect it. Madame Song, who was lying on the bed, seemed to smell the odor and wanted to open her eyes. However, her heavy eyelids prevented her from doing so. In the next moment, she lost consciousness. In that instant, she was shocked, but there was nothing she could do. She sank into endless darkness. Seeing the woman on the bed fall down, Chung Wanli on the roof revealed a strange smile. He jumped down from the roof and directly jumped in through the window. He came to the bedside and looked at the sleeping beauty on the bed. TSK, Song Lingbo is really lucky. This woman is indeed beautiful. She has a unique flavor. As he spoke, he stepped forward and lifted the blanket covering her body. When he saw her figure, his eyes burned even brighter. Chapter 5008. The old man, who was standing guard in the dark, narrowed his eyes and waited. His divine sense allowed him to clearly sense if anyone was approaching, even though he didn't open his eyes. However, he was unlucky enough to encounter Fengjiu. She was far stronger than him and could conceal her aura so well that no one could detect her presence. Because she was worried about Madame Song, Fengjiu didn't delay. Instead, she flitted through the night and arrived behind the old man. Before the old man could react, she grabbed him by the throat. She originally intended to break his neck, but in that instant, she had a sudden thought and pierced the old man's acupuncture point with a silver needle. The old man's eyes, which were grabbed by the throat, suddenly opened. His eyes were filled with terror. He tried to shout, but he couldn't make a sound. He didn't even see who was behind him before he felt his acupuncture point go numb. In the next moment, he fainted. In the room, Madame Song, who was originally unconscious, was tied up with a binding immortal rope. The rope tied her tightly, showing off her graceful and voluptuous figure. Seeing this, Chung Wanli's mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. He was extremely excited. He took out a small bottle, opened it, and slid it under Madame Song's nose. Not long after, the unconscious Madame Song slowly woke up. When she saw Chung Wanli in front of the bed and that she was tied up, her face instantly turned pale. She opened her mouth to call for help, but found that she couldn't make a sound. Madame Song, you're awake? Chung Wanli looked at her and smiled. I didn't expect Brother Song to be so lucky. With such a beautiful wife at home, you're actually willing to leave for 10 days to half a month. Your heart is really big. Seeing her struggling on the bed and trying to shout, he laughed. Don't be afraid and don't panic. We have plenty of time to play tonight. I, Chung Wanli, have seen countless beauties and feel that the beauties in this world are really different, especially someone like Madame Song. You're the best. As he spoke, he took a step closer and sat down on the bed. He reached out his hand to touch Madame Song's thigh. Madame Song was startled and hurriedly rolled to the corner of the bed to avoid his hand. Seeing her like this, he became even more proud and excited. Haha, don't panic. After tonight, you won't remember anything when you wake up tomorrow. Even if we have a night of ecstasy, I have a way to make you forget what happened tonight. Even if Song Lingbo comes back, he won't know that I slept with his woman. Oh, what method is that? Is it that powerful? A soft and unhurried voice was heard. There's a trace of coldness in that voice, but no one noticed it. Who's there? Chung Wanli groaned. When he wanted to turn around, he felt something piercing his body. His whole body instantly froze in place. His spiritual power aura was sealed, and he couldn't move. When Madame Song, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, saw the green figure appear, she was pleasantly surprised, startled, and worried. She didn't expect that the green figure would be able to subdue Chung Wanli. Sorry, I'm late. You must have been frightened. Chapter 5009. Madame Xianyuan, why are you here? Madame Song stood up, and quickly put on her coat before walking over to Song Yinxian. Her face was still a little pale, but she suppressed her panic and calmed herself down. Feng Jiu smiled and glanced at Cheng Wanli. I noticed that this person was looking at you strangely during the day. When I was out for a stroll at night, I saw him groping his way to your room in the dark. That's why I came over to take a look. As she spoke, she paused, and her gaze landed on that person. Mrs. Song, how do you think we should deal with this person? Madame Song was stunned and didn't know what to do. If they killed him, they couldn't afford to offend the Chung family. But if they didn't kill him, what happened tonight would spread. Madame Xinyuan, what do you think we should do? I don't know what to do. She was frightened tonight and felt a little better now, but her heart hadn't completely calmed down. She didn't know what to do either. Who are you? Do you want to die? How dare you touch me? Aren't you afraid of dying a horrible death? Cheng Wanli shouted in a gloomy voice. He realized that other than his spiritual energy being sealed and his inability to move, he could still speak. However, he noticed that a soundproof barrier had been set up around the room at some point. Thinking of this woman who appeared without a sound, he narrowed his eyes and stared at her. She was dressed in green, plain and unremarkable, just like her unremarkable face. If she was on the streets, no one would pay her any attention. However, this woman's gaze was calm and indifferent, and her aura was restrained. He couldn't see her cultivation level, but he could feel that there was something different about her. That aura was the aura of an expert. Die a horrible death? Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and laughed. She stared at him, and a strange smile appeared on her face. She reached out and flicked a few air currents 3 inches below his navel. He groaned, and his expression changed. What did you do to me? I just destroyed your manhood. Feng Jiu smirked. Your manhood will be destroyed sooner or later anyway. Isn't it easier for me to destroy it for you now? Bitch, I'm going to kill you. He roared. Because of his roar, the veins on his neck bulged, but he couldn't break free from the immobilized body. Mouth. As soon as Feng Jiu spoke, she raised her hand and a shadow flashed across the air. Slap, slap, slap. 3 heavy slaps landed on Cheng Wanli's face. She didn't use her palms to slap him. Instead, she used her palms to slap him. The power of her palms was not inferior to her palms. After 3 slaps, his face was swollen, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. How dare you hit me? You ah. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a blood-curdling scream. Madame Song was stunned. She covered her mouth with both hands and looked at Madame Xinyuan with astonishment. Madame Xinyuan raised her leg and kicked Cheng Wanli's crotch. Even she felt pain from the kick, not to mention Cheng Wanli. Bang! Chapter 50:10. You can't take it anymore. Feng Jiu sneered and stepped on Cheng Wanli's arm, breaking it. The sound of him gasping could be heard. She seemed to have just remembered that Madame Song was still there. She pulled her foot back and smiled apologetically. Did I scare you? Actually, I'm not usually like this. Madame Song's heart thumped wildly. She looked at her in disbelief, as if she had just met her for the first time. She swallowed and shook her head. No, you didn't scare me. I just didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Madame Xinyuan didn't scare her, but she didn't expect that the gentle and approachable Madame Xinyuan would turn out to be such a person. What kind of person was she? For a moment, she couldn't find the right words to describe her. She only knew that this kind of Madame Xinyuan made her feel safe. She had done everything she didn't dare to do. Madame Xinyuan, what should we do now that he's in this state? The people he brought with him are still living in the guest courtyard. If anything happens to him, I'm afraid. She looked at Cheng Wanli, who was on the verge of death. She was worried. She wasn't worried that he would die. She was worried that if he died, the Song family would be in trouble. Oh, you don't have to worry. Feng Jiu patted her shoulder and smiled. You have me, not to mention them. Even if the entire Chung family comes looking for you, I can still protect your Song family. Madame Song couldn't help but fall into a daze when she heard her daughter's words, the confidence in her voice, and the vigor between her brows. She thought for a moment and said, Then how about this? Chase them out of the Song family residence. We can't let people like them stay here. Now that my husband isn't here, If you weren't here tonight, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking about what happened earlier, she felt a lingering fear. If Madame Xianyuan hadn't rushed over, she would have been. Thinking of this, hatred grew in her heart. She stepped forward and kicked his crotch like Madame Xianyuan. This damn person! I really want to kill him. At this moment, Cheng Wanli could only groan and groan in pain. The most vulnerable part of his body had been kicked twice. Furthermore, the two kicks were so heavy and ruthless. It was already a miracle that he didn't faint on the spot. I heard that they came to your residence to take something, Feng Jiu said, staring at the pale-faced Cheng Wanli on the ground. What is it? Madame Song asked in confusion. Then we'll have to ask him. Feng Jiu smiled, playing with a dagger in his hand. He stared at Cheng Wanli and said, Speak. Why did you come to the Song family? What do you want? Bitch, you won't get a single word out of me, he said through gritted teeth, glaring angrily at the woman in green. He thought bitterly in his heart, if I find out who this woman is, I'll definitely wipe out her entire family. He wanted her to die without a burial place. No, he would be hacked to pieces and humiliated to death. Chapter 5011. You don't want to talk? It doesn't matter. I'll just take it as practice on you. Feng Jiu's mouth twitched and a smile appeared on her face, but her eyes were cold. She pulled out the dagger that was stabbed into Cheng Wanli's thigh. At the same time, a pillar of blood spurted out. She raised her hand, and the dagger fell again. This time, she stabbed the same spot and the same wound. The same wound was stabbed again, but this time, the knife was not pulled out. Instead, the dagger was slowly rotating there. It was as if a bloody hole had been dug out. The pain in his heart made him feel like he was going to die and come back to life. He wanted to faint several times, but he was awakened by the pain. At this moment, he couldn't even scream. His lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. Feng Jiu pulled out the dagger and wiped it on Cheng Wanli's clothes. She looked at the bloodstains on the floor and said to Madame Song, I've dirtied your room. Get someone to clean it up later. Okay. Madame Song nodded in a daze. She didn't know what to say. Are you going to talk or not? Feng Jiu asked again as she twirled the dagger in her hand. In fact, she had plenty of pills in her space that could make him tell the truth. However, who told him to be so despicable? He even targeted a married woman and fell into her hands. Naturally, she wouldn't let him have it easy. Cheng Wanli's eyes were filled with fear when he saw her twirling the dagger in her hand. He forced himself to say, I'll talk. I'm here for the Song family's rainbow spirit stone. He gulped. Afraid that she wouldn't believe him, he hurriedly said, It's true. I'm really here for the rainbow spirit stone. We know that the Song family has a rainbow spirit stone. It's an extremely rare treasure, so we want to give it to the ancestor as a birthday gift. Feng Jiu glanced at him and chuckled when she saw the fear on his face. She then looked at Mrs. Song and asked, Is there such a thing? Madame Song was also startled when she heard about the rainbow spirit stone. When she heard Madame Xuanyuan's question, she nodded and said, Our Song family does have a rainbow spirit stone. It's a treasure that our ancestor obtained. However, I've only seen it once. She didn't expect that this rainbow spirit stone would attract the attention of the Chang clan. She had heard from her husband that it was a rare treasure, but she didn't ask how rare it was or what it could be used for. This was because that thing had always been in the ancestor's cave. Since the ancestor had been cultivating in seclusion for many years, no one could see that thing. I'm not lying to you. I'm really here for the rainbow spirit stone. Really? Let me go, and this matter will be settled. I won't cause trouble for you or the Song family. As Cheng Wanli spoke, he looked at the woman in green who was playing with the dagger. Fear flashed in his eyes as he said, If you kill me, the Song clan will be in trouble because of this. It may even lead to the extermination of the clan. You better think carefully. Madame Song's heart sank. She was worried. However, she looked at Madame Xianyuan. Madame Xuanyuan's expression was calm. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear or panic. Madame Song's worried heart gradually relaxed. Chapter 5012. Feng Jiu smiled at his threatening words. She playfully glanced at Cheng Wanli's pale face and asked, Then who is that woman in the room? She's my. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "You'd best tell me the truth. If you try to trick me, you know the consequences." She played with the dagger in her hand as she spoke unhurriedly. Looking at the dagger, his face tightened and the corner of his mouth twitched. In the end, he said, "She's a woman I kidnapped. I planned on bringing her home as a concubine." Feng Jiu had already guessed this and wasn't surprised to hear him say this. She stared at Cheng wanly on the ground and sneered, "I'm afraid that killing you would dirty this courtyard, so I'll just cripple your cultivation. When you return, have the Cheng clan bring gifts to apologize. Otherwise, I'll make sure your Cheng clan falls from the top nobility to a third-rate clan." As soon as she finished speaking, she crippled his cultivation. At the same time, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His complexion quickly aged, and his entire body withered until he was on the verge of death. Feng Jiu waved her sleeve and removed the soundproof barrier around the room. She turned to Madame Song and said, "Call some people over. Throw them out." "Okay." Madame Song responded in a daze. She would do as Madame Song said. She lowered her head and checked her clothes before walking to the door. When she opened the door, she saw the collapsed person in the courtyard. Her eyes slightly trembled and her lips pursed. She took a deep breath and was about to call for help when she seemed to have thought of something. She looked back at Feng Jiu and hesitantly said, "Madame Xinyuan, if we call for help, the Cheng clan will hear the news and come over. It's fine. Just call for help. Those people from the Cheng clan won't be able to do anything." Feng Jiu said with a faint smile. Seeing how confident she was, Madame Song called out, "Where are the hidden guards of the estate?" Her voice carried a hint of spiritual power, and at this moment, it spread clearly to half of the estate. Almost at the same time, when the secret guards in the manor heard her voice, their hearts sank. Their expressions changed slightly, and they quickly rushed to the main courtyard. When they arrived at the main courtyard, they were just in time to see Madame Xinyuan in green crippling the cultivation base of an unconscious old man from the Cheng family. They could not help but gasp. Suppressing the shock and fear in their hearts, the hidden guards quickly stepped forward and saluted. "This subordinate greets Madame." After they spoke and saluted, the leader of the hidden guards looked at the courtyard and smelled the scent of blood. He asked, "Madam, what happened?" "Go and drag the people out of the room first. We'll see if our people have fainted or something," Mrs. Song said as she gestured for them to drag the people out of the room first. Madam, when they heard that someone had entered Madame Song's room, their hearts tightened and they immediately went inside. However, they were shocked by the scene inside. They had just seen Cheng wanly being invited into the courtyard as an honored guest. Now he was lying in a pool of blood. His cultivation had been crippled, and he appeared old and withered. When they thought of how Madame Xinyuan had crippled the old man's cultivation, it wasn't hard to guess that Madame Xinyuan was the one who had caused Cheng Wanli's condition. Chapter 50:13. Who dares to harm my Cheng clan members? The group of people from the Cheng clan who were in the courtyard rushed over. They were led by 3 old men, and behind them were a few guards. Their appearance quickly surrounded the entire main courtyard. The 3 old men landed in the courtyard and quickly came to the side of Cheng Wanli and the other old man. When they saw their appearance, they sucked in a breath of cold air. His cultivation was actually crippled. With one's cultivation base crippled, it could be said that one's entire being was crippled. Cheng Wanli was still fine. He wasn't that old. His lifespan was still intact. But as for that old man, his cultivation base was crippled. Most probably, he wouldn't be able to live for much longer. "Who is it? Who did it?" The 3 old men roared, the anger in their hearts surging to their heads. Cheng Wanli's cultivation was crippled. How were they going to explain it to the clan head when they returned? One must know that Cheng Wanli and the clan head were born from the same mother. The clan head, Cheng Wanshan, had always treated him well. He allowed him to do whatever he wanted outside and rarely scolded him. Now that his cultivation was crippled, they could imagine how terrifying the clan head's anger would be when they returned. What happened? What's going on? The elders of the Song clan hurried over after hearing the news. Some of them even tied their robes as they walked. When they saw the angry faces of the Cheng clan members in the courtyard, they were slightly startled. Their gazes landed on the 2 people in the courtyard whose cultivations had been crippled. After looking for a while, they realized that it was Chung Wanli and the other old man from the Chung clan. However, at this moment, they were lying on the ground on the verge of death. The few of them looked at each other and frowned. They did not ask the Chung clan members. Instead, they looked at Madame Song and asked directly, "What's going on? Aren't those two people from the Chung clan? Why are they in the main courtyard?" Chung Wanli snuck into the main courtyard at night and tried to do something to me. Madame Song did not say anything else. With just this sentence, everyone already knew what was going on. When the elders heard this, a trace of anger appeared on their faces. However, when they saw that the two people on the ground had their cultivations crippled and were covered in injuries, they suppressed the anger in their hearts. They had originally thought that since the Chung family was a noble family with 9 powerful experts, it would be beneficial to their Song family if they could form a good relationship with them. However, they never thought that these people would have ulterior motives. I didn't think that there would be such a shameless person in a powerful family. The great elder's aged voice was filled with anger and disdain. "Umph." An old man from the Chung clan snorted. His aura spread out and headed towards the Song clan. He narrowed his eyes and shouted with a gloomy face, "Crippling 2 people from my Chung clan. You Song clan people are quite capable." His gaze swept across the people in the courtyard, but he couldn't see anyone in the courtyard who could cripple the cultivation of the 2 people from the Chung clan. "Who did it? You'd better come out obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for slaughtering your entire Song clan tonight." The old man's gloomy gaze swept across the crowd. His voice was filled with murderous intent as it spread throughout the courtyard. Hearing this, the elders of the Song clan looked at each other. How could they know who had crippled the cultivation of the 2 people? However, since it happened in the Song clan's courtyard, it was definitely related to the Song clan. Chapter 50:14. Slaughter the entire Song family? How arrogant! Feng Jiu slowly stepped forward. However, just as she took a step forward, her green figure flashed like a demon and instantly appeared behind one of the elders. She then grabbed his throat with one hand. "Ah!" The elder cried out in shock. His throat was lifted upwards, and he could not help but stand on his tiptoes. He lifted his chin slightly to ease the suffocating sensation. The aura of death instantly enveloped him. This scene had caught him off guard, and he did not even have time to react before he fell into the other party's hand. His lifeline had been grabbed, and he could not move. It was you who crippled their cultivation. When they saw the inconspicuous woman in green make her move, the other 2 elders immediately reacted. So the 2 of them had fallen into this woman's hands. She was quite capable to cripple their cultivation and injure them to such an extent. They narrowed their eyes at the thought of this, and a cold light flashed across their eyes. "If I were you, I would release them and run for my life. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death. Is that so?" Feng Jiu sneered. She raised her other hand and directly destroyed the cultivation of the old man who was being held in her hand. "Ah!" A shrill cry filled with unwillingness rang out. His entire being aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body became thin and small until his cultivation was completely crippled. He was then thrown aside by Feng Jiu. "In order not to sully the main courtyard, I will be merciful and not take your lives. I will let you live for a few more days." Feng Jiu curled her lips and took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Her gaze turned, and her clear eyes fell on the 2 old men who had astonished and shocked expressions on their faces. "You 2 crippled yourselves? Or should I help you? Who are you?" For someone to be able to hold them captive in one move, her power must be above theirs. Especially when this woman had not made a move, her murderous aura caused them to shiver. Her calm and bottomless eyes, as well as the faint smile on her lips, made people feel that she was extremely mysterious and dangerous at this moment. "Demoness, eat my palm." An old man bit down on his knife and gathered his spiritual aura as he rushed forward. With a whoosh, he sent a palm strike towards Feng Jiu. However, he did not expect that his powerful palm strike was easily neutralized by the other party's sleeve. Just as he widened his eyes in shock, he heard the other party's voice. "Demoness?" Huh. The last time someone called me that, not even their bones could be found. Feng Jiu sneered. At the same time, he sent out a palm strike, which landed heavily on the old man's body and sent him flying. Bang! Pooh! The old man's body crashed heavily into the corner of the wall. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He wanted to stand up, but after struggling for a long time, he still couldn't stand up. In the end, he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Why are you still standing outside? Attack! The other elder roared angrily and called in the guards who were standing guard outside. The elders of the Song family were just about to help when they saw the green-robed woman's figure flash and appear in front of the elder who had roared angrily. Chapter 50:15. Plop! He fell to his knees with a loud thud. It was the sound of his knees hitting the hard ground. The elder's face turned pale in an instant. Large beads of sweat formed on his forehead and dripped down his cheeks. He was shocked. Looking at the woman in green before him, his eyes were filled with despair. The people before him were either crippled of their cultivation or severely injured. As for him, he would not be able to escape the fate of death. Thinking of this, he felt even more indignant. However, there was nothing he could do, because at this moment, he clearly knew that this woman's power was far above theirs. Their coercion had no effect on her. On the contrary, when she exerted her coercion, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were forced to kneel down. Feng Jiu glanced at the elder on the ground indifferently. With a wave of her sleeve, she sent the guards who rushed forward flying. At the same time, she ordered, "Capture them." She looked indifferently at the leader of the Song family shadow guards. Yes, almost instinctively, the captain of the Song family's hidden guards responded. After he responded, even he was stunned for a moment. He glanced at his mistress. Seeing that she did not respond, he quickly went forward and grabbed those guards. "I'm not killing you. Firstly, I don't want to dirty this courtyard. Secondly, I want you to send a message back. Tell the Chung family head to personally bring gifts to apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve, and the person kneeling on the ground was sent flying. He fell next to the old man in the corner. The Song family did not even have a chance to speak. No, it should be said that they were stunned when the woman in green appeared. They did not know who she was. How dare she? How could she so easily leave them on the verge of death? They did not even have the strength to resist. "Throw them out of the Song mansion," Madame Song ordered. "Yes," the shadow guards responded. They quickly dragged them out of the Song mansion. She then ordered the maidservants to clean up the courtyard, cleaning up the smell of blood in the courtyard. The elders of the Song family, as well as the other members of the Song family and the shadow guards, were all stunned when they saw this scene. They had thought that this would be a tough battle and that they might need help. However, who knew that they would suddenly feel like they were just there to be bystanders? They were not of any use at all. In the darkness of the night, the Chung family guards who were thrown out supported the few people who were on the verge of death. The Song family shadow guards even sent 1 or 2 people to keep an eye on them. In the main courtyard, Feng Jiu looked at Madame Song and said, "Now that they have been chased out, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Find someone to check on that woman in the room. I'll leave the rest. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go back and rest." She waved her hand. "How?" Now that the elders of the Chung family have their cultivations crippled, and the ones who are seriously injured are also seriously injured. She even asked the Chung family to come and apologize. Is that possible? The way I see it, our Song family is in big trouble this time. Chapter 50:16. When Madame Song saw this, she said, "What's done is done. There's no point in saying anything more. I'll send a message for Lingbo and the others to come back first. Let's go take a look at that woman in the guest house." As she spoke, she led a few people to the guest house. The next day, Madame Song only arrived at Feng Jiu's courtyard to wait for her when it was close to noon. She had many things to ask her and could not sleep, so she came here to wait for her to wake up. When Feng Jiu finished washing up and walked out of her room, she saw her sitting there. She walked over and said, "Good morning, Madame Xinyuan. I have some things to ask you, so I came early." After Madame Xinyuan sat down, she asked, "Madame Xinyuan, the people from the Song family left just like that. I think it's impossible for them to come and apologize." Not only that, they might even be angered and attack the Song family. What do you think? Before this matter is resolved, I won't leave. Don't worry. She smiled and took a sip of the tea in front of her. She smiled and said, "Didn't Mir mention my identity to you?" Madame Song was slightly taken aback when she heard this, but she shook her head. Mir didn't say anything. She only said that you were a very important friend of hers and asked me to treat you well. Listening to her words, could it be that she had some kind of shocking identity? She thought about the 3 children that Mir brought back this time. Those 3 children said that they were the Qing Emperor's disciples, and she was familiar with them. Could it be that Madame Xianyuan was acquainted with the Qing Emperor? At that moment, a few thoughts flashed through her mind, and she vaguely had some guesses. If she was an acquaintance of the Qing Emperor, and the kind that was close, it would explain why she looked down on a large family like the Chung family, and why she had the ability to cripple the elders of the Chung family. When she thought of this, she calmed down. She said, "All right, I went to the guest house last night. That girl was a young miss from a small family, but because of her beauty, Chung Wanli took a liking to her. Chung Wanli killed her entire family, leaving only her alive. He took her away." Speaking of this matter, she sighed softly and said, "That girl is also a pitiful person. Her body is also covered with large and small injuries. But according to her, because her injuries have not yet healed, Chung Wanli did not touch her. Until now, she is still a pure and innocent girl. When I came over, I told the servants to have her dress up. Later, she will come over and say that she wants to thank you in person." Madame Song paused, then continued speaking, and I sent a message to Lingbo and his sons to ask them to come back early. Feng Jiu nodded. "Okay, I understand. As Madame Xianyuan, Miss Ko wishes to see you." Madame Song glanced at Feng Jiu, then said to the outside, "Let her in." Not long after, a woman in a plain white dress walked in from outside. When she entered, she glanced at the 2 of them, especially the woman in green with an ordinary appearance. Her gaze lingered on them for a while before she bowed to the 2 of them. Chapter 50:17. Feng Jiu glanced at her and saw that after resting for a night, this woman's mental state was much better than last night. She was dressed in a plain white robe, and there was only a small white flower in her hair. Her extremely beautiful face was accentuated by the sadness and worry between her brows, coupled with her slightly pale complexion and her slender waist. One had to admit that this was a beauty that would make any man feel pity for her. It was no wonder that a lecherous person like Chung Wanli would exterminate her entire family for such a woman. It could only be said that beauty was a source of calamity. Sometimes, it was not necessarily a good thing for a woman to be born with a beautiful face. If a woman was born with a beautiful face but did not have powerful strength, not only would she bring disaster to herself, she would even implicate her family. She herself was a peerless beauty, and her appearance had brought her many troubles. However, she had resolved them all. As for the woman in front of her, she had such a beautiful face, but did not have powerful backing or strength. It was not strange that she would be targeted by a lecherous person. How did you get targeted by Chung Wanli? Feng Jiu gently scraped the tea as he asked casually. He did not allow her to get up and allowed her to continue kneeling. It was because, one day when I went out, I was stopped by him. However, I did not expect that he would dare to enter my home at night and take advantage of the darkness to slaughter my entire family of over 100 people. When Kameng spoke of this, her eyes were filled with hatred. However, when she thought of what Madame Song had said last night, she took a deep breath and suppressed the hatred in her heart. I thought that I would not be able to escape from his evil hands, but I did not expect that Madame would save me. Madame's great kindness. Kameng has no way of repaying her. I can only. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Feng Jiu. That's enough. Feng Jiu placed the lid back on the teacup and looked at the kneeling Kameng, saying, "You may leave." Kameng was slightly startled. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at her. She quickly lowered her head and responded, "Yes, Kameng will take her leave." As she spoke, she stood up, bent her knees, and bowed to them before leaving. Madame Song had been quietly watching from the side. When she saw that Madame Xianyuan had chased her out, she smiled and said, "Madame Xianyuan, do you not like her?" Feng Jiu smiled and looked at her. "She's just a stranger to me. There's nothing to like or dislike about." She paused for a moment before asking, "How does Madame Song plan to arrange her?" When Madame Song heard her words, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She said softly, "She's still injured. Once she recovers, let her leave." That's good." Feng Jiu nodded. She was satisfied with Madame Song's arrangement. Furthermore, the fact that she was able to make such an arrangement showed that she was a thoughtful person. In the Song manor, Song Lingbo was in the prime of his life, and his 3 sons were all adults. It was not a wise decision to keep such a beautiful woman in the manor. Letting her leave was the best arrangement. Meanwhile, Kumeng, who had returned to the guest courtyard, sat in front of the mirror in her room and stared blankly. She was no longer a rich young lady. Her entire family had been wiped out. She was now a homeless and lonely woman. Moreover, she was an extremely beautiful woman. Chapter 50:18. Could this be considered her family's revenge? Then where should she go from here on out? With such a face, she was afraid that she would be targeted by lecherous men if she walked out. She lifted her hand and gently caressed her beautiful face. Her brows were slightly furrowed with a tinge of sorrow. She looked so lovely and moving. "What should I do?" she muttered softly. At the same time, Song Lingbo and the others in the forest were all overjoyed. They had found many good things in this area yesterday, and even hunted a few high-level ferocious beasts. They had been busy the whole night, and were only able to sit down and rest now that they were done. "Father, something happened at home. Mother wants us to go back quickly." The second son of the Song family put the ingredients he had picked into his spatial ring. Only then did he notice the message from the communication jade and immediately reported it to his father. "We also received the message from Mother. She wants us to go back quickly," the third and eldest sons of the Song family said together. Song Lingbo's heart sank after hearing their words. He asked, "Did your mother say what happened?" As he spoke, he took out his communication jade from his spatial ring to listen. She didn't say in detail. She just wants us to go back quickly. A few of them shook their heads. Song Lingbo listened to the message on the communication jade. It was indeed as they said. He immediately shouted to everyone, "Get ready and return to the city quickly." Song Mi how and the other 2 had just come back from washing their faces. They heard their conversation before they even got close. They looked at each other and quickly ran over. "Father, did Mother say what happened?" Song Mir asked. "She only said that something happened at home. I'm afraid it's not a small matter. Otherwise, your mother wouldn't have sent us a message." Song Lingbo frowned. He was worried about the situation at home, so he ordered everyone to get ready quickly. He didn't have time to rest and was about to return to the city. Song Mi hurriedly took out her communication jade from her space ring. Unlike her 3 brothers and father, her communication jade said that something had happened at home. However, her friend, Madame Xianyuan, had helped out. She even asked about Madame Xuanyuan's background. "Madame Xianyuan? That friend you're talking about?" Song Lingbo asked Song Mi, after hearing the message on the communication jade. "Oh yes, that's her." It was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said, "Father, brother, don't worry. With Madame Xianyuan in our family, nothing will happen to our family. Her master was very powerful. With her as a guest in her house, even if something really happened, she wouldn't sit idly by." Song Lingbo frowned and asked, "Who is that Madame Xianyuan? How do you know that nothing will happen with her around? Where did she come from? How could he be so capable?" Even the elders of the Song family couldn't handle it. But she did? Father, this Madame Xianyuan is amazing," she said mysteriously, then smiled and said, "But since she's here, and we've gained a lot during this time, let's go home. But don't worry, everything will be fine." How and the other 2 nodded at the side, expressing their agreement. With their mother around, who would dare to cause trouble for the Song family? Wasn't he tired of living? Chapter 50:19. "Yes," the elite guards replied in a low voice. "The 3 of you will ride on one sword. One of you will focus on flying on the sword while the other 2 will prepare for battle. Yihong, you will protect me, and the 3 children in the middle. I will lead the way. The elite guards will protect the surroundings with their swords. Don't get caught up in battle. Our main goal is to get out of the forest. Do you all understand? Song Lingbo shouted in a low voice. His voice was sonorous and powerful. In an instant, it stirred up the spirits of the elite guards. They were all prepared for battle. Understood. The crowd responded immediately. They quickly arranged themselves into a formation and followed him on their swords. They flew directly from the dense forest, past the towering trees, and flew directly into the air. Although Hao and the other two wanted to say that they could also fight and did not need their protection, they did not say anything when they saw the serious expressions of the Song family members. Knowing that something had happened at home, they were probably anxious to return home. However, the more anxious they were, the more likely something would happen. Hao and the other two followed the three brothers of the Song family separately. They were surrounded by elite guards, and Song Lingbo was leading the way. After flying for a distance, there was no problem. However, not long after, they heard a shrill sound from the sky. It's the spirit eater birds. Everyone be careful. An elite guard shouted and instantly tensed up. Hao looked back and saw a flock of spirit eater birds flapping their wings and shrieking as they flew towards them. There were so many of them that they looked like a black mass. Song Lingbo also saw the flock of spirit eater birds. When he saw that there were so many of them, his heart sank. The sword in his hand turned and his spiritual power surged. Suddenly, he raised his chi and heavily slashed towards the flock of spirit eater birds. With a low shout, the aura of the sword was also released. The spiritual power and the aura of the sword converged to form a huge sword that was visible to the naked eye. With a whistling sound, it slashed towards the flock of spirit eater birds. Whoosh! The moment the aura of the sword was released, the flock of spirit eater birds were also scattered. Most of them flew to the left and right to avoid the attack. Only a few could not dodge in time and were chopped to death. With a shriek, they fell into the forest. The flock of spirit-devouring birds was getting closer and closer, and the sound of their wings flapping became clearer and clearer as they flew closer. Because of the split of the saber, the flock of spirit-devouring birds rushed forward again, surrounding them from all directions. Using their huge claws and beaks, they attacked and tore at them. You're courting death, the elite guard shouted, and the swords in their hands struck out at this moment towards those spirit-devouring birds that were flying towards them. Because Hao and the others were protected in the middle, even if the spirit-devouring birds approached and attacked, they were unable to directly attack the few people in the middle. Chaotic screeches could be heard, and bird feathers could be faintly seen falling down. The three Song brothers and me, protected Hao and the other two. However, when they saw that they were unable to attack from their surroundings, some of them knew how to fly to a high place and dive down from above. Kill! Song Lingbo shouted and flew into the air. With a horizontal slash of his saber, he sent a spirit-devouring bird flying. The sharp saber in his hand turned again, and he slashed towards the surrounding spirit-devouring birds. Even though they weren't weak and their fighting strength was strong, many of them were injured under such a dense barrage of attacks. Scratches of various sizes could be seen on their bodies. Some looked like they were scratched by the claws of the birds, while others looked like they were bitten by the beaks of the birds. Chapter 50-20. However, Song Lingbo's strength was indeed very strong. In addition, the strength of the elite guards he brought along this time were first class. Although they were injured, it was not fatal. After a fierce battle, those spirit-devouring birds did not continue to pester them, and they continued to move forward with injuries. The next day, when the city gate opened, they went to Song family. Because it was still early, there were not many people on the street. Although this was the case, when they saw the group of people coming back with injuries and looking travel-worn, they were still surprised for a long time. Hao and Mu Chun followed the group of people, and Yu was sleeping on Mi's back. Knocking on the door, Song Lingbo walked in with large strides and said to the people behind him, "Elite guards, go and rest first." Yihong, You three also go and wash up before coming back. Treat the injuries on your body a little so that your mother won't worry. Take the three children back to the courtyard to sleep. Okay. Everyone responded and watched him walk in with large strides, then left. When Song Lingbo returned to the main courtyard, Madame Song had not yet woken up. When the door was gently pushed open, Song Lingbo walked in with light steps. As he entered the room, a cold wind blew in. Madame Song on the bed was startled and instantly opened her eyes and sat up. Ever since that night, she could not sleep well at night because she was always worried that someone would break in. "Madam, it's me," Song Lingbo said and strode to the side of the bed. Hearing the familiar voice, Madame Song's worried heart relaxed. She opened the bed curtain and looked at the person who came. Seeing him like that, she couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly got up and asked, "Why is there so much blood? Where are you hurt?" Her hands grabbed his arm and looked up and down, but she couldn't see where the wound was. "It's nothing, it's not my blood. It's the blood of some fierce beasts. We came back in a hurry and didn't have time to change clothes and clean up." He hurriedly comforted, That's good, that's good. That's right. How are Hong and the others? And the three children? Are they all okay?" She asked again. "They're all fine. Don't worry. It's just that the elite guards suffered some injuries, but they're not fatal. We just came back. I'll let Hong and the others wash up first before coming back. Take the three children to rest in the courtyard," Song Lingbo said as he led her to the table and sat down. He asked, "Madam, what happened at home? Are you frightened?" Just now, when he entered the room, he had clearly lightened his footsteps. If it was in the past, she would not have been startled awake in that instant. But just now, she was suddenly startled awake. Madame Song continued, "You don't know this, but a man named Chung Wanli came with his entourage and 4 elders. He said that he was an old friend of yours and wanted to visit you. He beat up the gatekeeper as soon as he arrived. The elders stepped in and said that the Chung family was a big family in Longnan. Since they were old friends with you, it would be unreasonable for us to refuse them." Chapter 5021. Damn it! Song Lingbo was enraged. He slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. Even the teacups on the table made a crisp sound. Madame Song held his hand and whispered, "Don't be angry. Listen to me." He took a deep breath and held her hand. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said, "Tell me." Fortunately, Madame Xinyuan appeared and saved me. If not for her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She continued. She crippled Chung Wanli's cultivation and forced him to reveal his purpose for coming to our house. That was when I found out that he came for the Rainbow Spirit Stone. As for me, I was lustful. That night, she recounted the events of that night in detail. Finally, she said, "That's what happened. At that time, other than what Madame Xinyuan did, I really couldn't think of any better way. I was just worried that the Chung family would seek revenge, so I hurriedly sent a message to you to come back." Song Lingbo let out a deep breath when he heard that. He felt a wave of lingering fear and said, "Fortunately, you're fine, and fortunately, Madame Xinyuan is in our estate. Madam, come with me later. I want to personally greet Madame Xinyuan and thank her." "Okay, I'll get someone prepare a bath for you first," Madame Song said as she stood up. She went to the bedside to get a coat and put it on. Then, she went to the door and gave an order. On the other side in the guest house, it was sending Hao and the other 2 back. She heard from the housekeeper that Madame Xinyuan lived in the courtyard where the 3 children were staying. When she arrived at the courtyard, she dismissed the servants and saw the 3 children running inside. Just as she was about to knock on the door, Hao paused and said in a low voice, "Why don't we bathe and change first before coming to see Mother? Let Mother sleep a little longer?" Mu Chun saw that it was still early and remembered that his mother liked to sleep in. He nodded in agreement. "Okay, let Mother sleep a little longer. Yes, yes. Let's change into clean and beautiful clothes before coming to see Mother." When Yor entered the residence, she woke up. Her little face still had sleepiness. At this time, hearing the words of her 2 elder brothers, she also expressed her approval. When heard their conversation, she gave some instructions to the servant girl outside the courtyard. She then walked towards them and said softly, "Then I'll go back first. I'll come back later. I've already asked the servant girl to prepare hot water for your bath. If there's anything you need, just let the servant girl arrange it." "All right," the three of them replied. After watching her leave, they returned to their respective rooms. With Fengjiu's cultivation, how could she not know that the three people were whispering outside the door? Hearing their voices and knowing that they were back, she opened her eyes with a smile and yawned. Thinking that the three little guys had said that they wanted to take a bath and change clothes first, she was not in a hurry to get up. After lying on the bed for a while, she got up and washed up. After leaving the room, he instructed the maidservant to have the kitchen prepare some food. He raised his hand and set up a soundproof barrier in the courtyard. Then, he sat in the courtyard and waited for the three children to come out of the room. "Mother!" Mu-chun was the first to leave the room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw his mother sitting by the stone table in the courtyard. He immediately ran towards her. Chapter 5022. After not seeing him for a period of time, seeing that he had grown a little taller, she couldn't help but smile. She picked him up and sat him on her lap. Looking at the little guy's blushing face, she couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong? Mother is holding you, and you're still shy?" She deliberately teased him and reached out her hand to gently tap his nose. "Mother, I'm a boy. I can't always let Mother hug me." He tried hard to keep a straight face, but that slightly upturned mouth couldn't conceal the joy in his heart. "It's okay. Even if you're a boy, you're also Mother's precious son. Mother can not only hug you, but also kiss you." Saying that, she kissed his little face. Seeing that her son's ears were red, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Son, who do you take after to be so shy?" she asked in amusement. Mu-chun blushed with a trace of embarrassment, but his eyes were full of joy. Thinking for a bit, he said, "Like father." Hearing this, Fengjiu laughed and nodded in agreement. "Yes, like your father. Thinking of that year, your father was kissed by Mother, and he was so excited that he fainted." Speaking of this matter, she couldn't help but laugh. "Mother, Mother." Two joyful voices came at the same time, and at the same time when the door opened, Hauer and Yor trotted towards her. "Mother, Mother, I missed you so much." Yor, it was a girl, so she was the best at acting spoiled. She threw herself into her mother's embrace and rubbed against it. "Mother." Hauer acted like an elder brother and came to her side and called, "Sit down. Tell Mother, how have you been outside during this period of time?" Fengjiu put Mu-chun down and let him sit down beside her. She also hinted to sit down. Yor squeezed into her mother's embrace and sat on her lap, hugging her tightly with both hands. Regarding this, Fengjiu could only feel helpless. She lovingly smiled and reached out to touch her still somewhat wet hair, saying, "Sit properly. Mother will help you dry your hair a bit. It's easy to get sick like this, you know? I heard Mother talking with Brother, so I hastily dried my hair and ran out." Said, and sat properly without moving. Fengjiu used her spiritual power to help her dry her hair, then helped her tie her hair again, then hugged her. When she hugged her soft daughter, she raised her eyebrows. Lowering her head to look, she said with a smile, "Yor, did you gain weight again?" Hugging her soft and fleshy body, her weight had also increased by a lot. Yor looked at her with a beaming smile, then somewhat bashfully buried her head in her mother's bosom, and said, "Mother, the food cooked by Big Sister Me, Er's family is truly delicious. Moreover, her brothers will also cook delicious and beautiful things for us. And Mother knows, so you have to raise yourself well." Yor knows. She hurriedly nodded. "How? Did you have any harvest when you went out with Song family?" Fengjiu looked at Hauer, sitting beside her, and asked. Chapter 5023. Fengjiu listened to Hauer talking, and not long after, Yor interjected a few words, and Mu-chun also opened his mouth to speak. Listening to the three children talking about the interesting things inside and the return journey, she nodded her head and praised, "You all did very well." Hearing their mother's words of praise, the three children looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The maid came over with breakfast, but because she saw the boundary of the courtyard, she didn't enter, but stood at the entrance of the courtyard and waited. After seeing this, Fengjiu said a few words to the three children, Then remove the boundary and let the maid bring in the food. You all came back so early. You must be hungry. Quickly eat. After eating, if you are tired, go back to your room and sleep. Feng Jiu said to the 3 children. Okay. The 3 children answered and accompanied her to eat breakfast. After eating breakfast, Feng Jiu accompanied the 3 children to walk in the courtyard to digest the food, then let them go back to their room to sleep for a while and wait until noon. She will take them out to play. When the 3 children heard that she will take them out to play, they immediately agreed and returned to their room to sleep. Not long after the 3 children returned to their room, Songmi came over. When she entered the courtyard and saw that she was alone, she stepped forward and called, "Master, where are the 3 of them? I'll let them sleep for a while to make up for their sleep, and, at noon, I will take them out to play." Feng Jiu said with a smile, sitting by the table and drinking tea. "Then I will take you out at noon. I am familiar with this city." Saying this, Mir said, "Master, I went to my mother's place, and I also know about the matter in my family. This time, I really have to thank you. My father and mother are behind me. They said that they will personally come to thank you." "That's right. My father has been asking about your identity, but I didn't say." Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, "I originally planned to return to the island when you returned, but now that your family is in trouble, and most likely because of me, I can't leave until the matter with the Chang clan is resolved. So, we will continue to stay here for the time being. It won't be too late to leave after the matter with the Chang clan is resolved." Songmi was taken aback. Would the Chung family dare to seek revenge? Didn't they say that the cultivation of those 4 old men with strong cultivations was crippled by master? If the Chung clan's clan head knows about this, he probably won't come to seek revenge, right? After all, to be able to cripple the cultivation of those 4 people, his strength was naturally not weak. The Chung clan did not want to take the risk of offending him again. Feng Jiu chuckled and toyed with the teacup in his hand. "You don't understand. There are some people who, even if you have the intention to let them go, they still insist on walking down the path of death. What will the Chung family do? I don't know, but I believe that we will know soon enough." Hearing this, Songmi didn't say anything else because she saw that her father and mother had arrived. She immediately said, "Master, my father, mother, and my 3 older brothers are here." As she spoke, she walked towards them. Ever since Song Lingbo entered the courtyard, he had been sizing up the lady in green who was sitting there drinking tea. Her green robes were simple yet elegant, and her appearance was ordinary. She was the kind of person who would be forgotten with a single glance. However, as she sat there, the calmness she exuded was inexplicable, and no one dared to underestimate her. Based on his experience of reading countless people, he could tell at a glance that this person was a powerhouse who had hidden his strength. Chapter 5024. "You don't have to be so polite," Feng Jiu said and gestured. "Please sit." Song Lingbo and his wife sat down at the stone table. Mrs. Song said, "Mrs. Xianyuan, these 3 are Mir's 3 brothers." Then, she looked at the 3. The 3 of them understood and stepped forward to bow. "Song Yihong, Song Yiming, Song Yifun, nice to meet you, Mrs. Xianyuan." The 3 said at the same time and bowed respectfully. "I've always heard mention the 3 of you. Madam Song, you're truly blessed to be able to meet you today." Feng Jiu smiled as she looked at Madam Song. Hearing this, Madam Song couldn't help but smile. She looked at the children with gratification and joy in her eyes, but she still smiled modestly and said, "You're too kind. Don't judge them by their looks. They're usually troublesome. Mrs. Xianyuan, I've heard from my wife about what happened in the house. This time, it's all thanks to you. I, Song Lingbo, am very grateful." Song Lingbo stood up and said. This time, he bowed deeply to her. Seeing this, Feng Jiu said, "This is Mir's home. I happen to be here as well. It's not a big deal. Mrs. Xianyuan, you saved my wife and solved the crisis of the Song family. To you, it's not a big deal, but to the Song family, it's a big deal." Song Lingbo looked at her and said, "With Madame Xuanyuan's ability, I don't think I can do anything for Madame. I can only personally cook for Madame Xianyuan while Madame Xianyuan is staying in my residence to thank Madame Xianyuan." Hearing this, Fengjiu laughed and said, "If it's anything else, I really don't need it. However, I'm a person who loves delicious food. I am very honored to have Chef Godsong personally cook for me." "Is that so? Didn't I say that if father wants to repay me, it would be best for you to personally cook?" Mirror, who was at the side, winked at her father and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, you're the smartest." Mrs. Song chuckled as she glared at her daughter. "Madam Xinyuan, I have something to ask you today." Song Lingbo's gaze fell on her as he spoke. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "You want to know who I am?" Song Lingbo nodded and said seriously, "That's right. I'm very curious about Madam Xuanyuan's identity. Other than that, I'm also worried that the Chung clan won't let this matter rest. Therefore, I hope that Madam Xinyuan can tell me her identity so that I can be mentally prepared." He wanted to know her identity for two reasons. Firstly, he was curious. Secondly, he was worried that the Chung clan would come again. When that time came, the Song clan would be strong. He knew very well what kind of fighting power the Song clan had. Even if they were a big clan, they would definitely not be able to fight against a clan like the Chung clan. Therefore, he had to know her identity before he could make arrangements. Fengjiu smiled and looked at Song Lingbo and Mrs. Song. He said slowly, "My name is Fengjiu." "Fengjiu?" Mrs. Song was stunned. Hearing this name, she was confused. Song Lingbo was shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he stood up. He could not hide the shock on his face. You are." Waves of shock surged in his heart. He could not believe it. "Fengjiu?" Chapter 5025. He couldn't help but look at Mir and ask, "Mir, is she really?" Yes, it's the one that father guessed." Song Mir nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Song Lingbo was about to kneel down and salute Feng Nine as he said, Song Lingbo was blind. "I didn't know." He wanted to kneel down, but found that he couldn't. It was as if there was an invisible force holding him and preventing him from kneeling. He looked up and saw Fengjiu smiling. "Master Song, you don't have to do this. I didn't want to disturb anyone." Yes. He quickly nodded and stood up, not daring to sit at the same table with her. Empress Phoenix Master. She was the most powerful being in the world. People like them had only heard about her. Never did they expect to see her in person and in their home. Suddenly, he felt a bit dizzy, as if it was all unreal. When the three sons of the Song family heard that name, they vaguely felt that they had heard it somewhere before, but they couldn't remember where. Seeing their father's shocked and excited expression, they couldn't help but look at each other with a surprised expression. Song Yifun waved at Mir, and the three of them went to a corner and whispered, "Mir, who is Lady Xinyuan? Why does father look so shocked when he hears the name Fengjiu? I think I've heard the name before, but I can't remember. Who is she?" Song Yifun asked in a low voice. The other two also looked at Mir, waiting for her answer. "You don't know?" Song Mir blinked her eyes. There was a hint of surprise in her voice. She looked them up and down and said, "Who told you to bury yourselves in researching new dishes at home? You don't know what's going on outside. Mir, tell us. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Hearing this, Song Mir grinned. Seeing how anxious they were, she couldn't help but find it funny. She said, I won't say it. Later, you guys can ask father yourselves. However, what you heard here, just let us know. Don't let anyone else know, especially the name Feng Nine. Don't mention it in front of anyone else." "Why is that?" The three of them couldn't help but look at Lady Xinyuan, who was talking to their parents. "Just listen to me, and you won't go wrong," she said with a smile, and didn't say anything more to them. She skipped over to her parents' side. Song Lingbo and the others chatted with Fengjiu for a while, and then left. After saw them leave, she came to Fengjiu's side and said with a smile, "Mistress, you didn't want anyone to know your identity when you disguised yourself this time. Why did you tell my father? The Song family is so much weaker than the Chung family. If I didn't tell your father who I am, do you think he would feel at ease?" Fengjiu raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. "You, on the other hand, seem happy to see your father scared by my identity." Chapter 5026. "Okay," Fengjiu replied with a smile. On the other side, when Song Lingbo returned to the main courtyard and sat down on a chair in his room, he could not help but exhale softly. He leaned against the chair and did not speak for a long time. However, his eyes shone with an excited light, and his expression was somewhat indescribable. Seeing him like this, Mrs. Song couldn't help but worry. "Darling, are you okay?" Ever since he heard that Mrs. Xuanyuan's name was Fengjiu, he had been acting weird. Now that he was back in his room, he was sitting there in a daze. Song Yihong and the other two looked at each other and asked, "Dad, who is this Fengjiu? Why did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Song Lingbo, who was sitting down, suddenly stand up. Song Lingbo gestured for him to keep quiet and strode outside. When he arrived at the door and saw that there were no servants in the courtyard, he closed the door and set up a soundproof enchantment. All of them were stunned when they saw this, and their expressions couldn't help but become serious. "We have an important guest. This is Mrs. Xianyuan. She is incredible." When he mentioned this, he could not hide the excitement on his face. He said, "Fengjiu is the name of the Empress Phoenix Master. It can't be wrong. Madame Xianyuan is the Empress Phoenix Master. She's also the Phoenix Master who killed the Northern Flame Emperor not long after ascending." Hearing this, Song Yifan slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. She is the Empress Phoenix Master. However, I've heard that the Phoenix Master likes to wear red clothes, and her beauty is unparalleled. The one in our house looks very ordinary. Could it be a mistake? Or is it just the same name?" "Yes, she is a legendary figure. How could she be a guest in our house?" "Dad, could it be that she has the same name?" Song Yihong said. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that such an unreachable figure would come to their house. "It can't be wrong. It must be her," Song Lingbo said with certainty. "Think about it. If it wasn't for her, who else would have the ability to cripple the cultivation of the 4 elders of the Chung family? If it wasn't her, who would dare to look down on the Chung family like she did? Furthermore, Mint also said that it was her. There's no mistake." Mrs. Song heard this and asked, "So, as long as she is in our house, even if the Chung family comes for revenge, we don't have to worry? Let's not talk about one Chung clan. Even if 10 Chung clans came, as long as she was in our residence, we would have no worries." Song Lingbo said. At this moment, it could be said that he was completely relieved. Originally, he wanted to send out invitations to those experts who were on good terms with him to come and help him. He didn't expect that there would be no need for that now. With Fengjiu in their house, they wouldn't have to worry even if there were 10 Chung families. That's good, that's good. Only then did Madame Song's anxious heart relax. She said, Madame Xianyuan said that she would only leave after settling the Chung family's matter. She wouldn't let our family be implicated. Chapter 5027. All right, we understand. The few of them made a mental note. During this period of time, I will personally cook her meals in our residence. The 3 of you will be my assistants. Come, let's go to the kitchen to take a look. He gestured, and after instructing his wife, he walked out with his 3 sons. At noon, Fengjiu brought the 3 children, and Mi led the way to the city. Before leaving, Mi went to inform her parents, so she knew that her father would be cooking tonight. Tonight's dinner, they still had to return to the residence to eat. After Mi, and Fengjiu left, the residents began to get busy, preparing for dinner. At this time, most of the people in the Song residence had already forgotten about Kameng, who was still recuperating in the guest courtyard. When Kameng found out that the head of the Song family and the young masters had returned, the people in the residence were also busy. She sat in the courtyard in a daze, realizing that her situation in the Song family was really awkward. A guest could not be considered a guest, nor was she an old friend of the Song family, nor did she have any ties. Other than that one day, Madame Song never came again, as if she had forgotten about her. The Song family was kind enough to let her stay and recuperate. She was grateful, and her injuries gradually healed. However, as her injuries gradually healed, her heart became more anxious, because she did not know where she was going to go. After sitting in the courtyard for a while and spacing out for a while, she stood up and walked out. With nowhere to go, there was no way out. Sitting here in a daze would not do her any good. Why not go out for a walk to relieve her boredom and see what the Song family was busy with? Kumeng, who was dressed in a plain white dress, had an extremely good appearance. Coupled with the slight worry between her brows, she exuded a delicate aura that made people want to protect her. As she walked in the residence, the guards in the residence could not help but glance at her. As long as it wasn't a forbidden area, no one would stop her. Thus, as she strolled, she unknowingly arrived at the main courtyard. She thought that since she was recuperating in the Song residence, she should properly thank Madame Song. Unexpectedly, before she could enter the main courtyard, she saw Madame Song walk out from the courtyard. "Madam," she curtsied and called out. "Miss Ko, what brings you here?" Madame Song asked as she looked at Kumeng, her eyes flashing. A woman must be pretty and filial. What he said was true. She was also a woman. She was wearing a plain white dress with a small white flower in her hair. She didn't wear any makeup, but she was so beautiful that it made people want to take pity on her. Hearing her words, Kumeng paused and said, "I was recuperating in the courtyard and hadn't walked around for a long time. Unknowingly, I walked over to Madame's place. Seeing that the servants were all busy, I wanted to ask Madame if there was anything I could help with." "I see." Madame Song smiled and said, "Miss Ku, you are a guest in our residence. Furthermore, you are injured and should be recuperating. Those chores are all done by the servants. Naturally, we can't trouble you." As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing, "My master and my 3 sons have returned. Miss Ku is an unmarried woman after all. During this period of recuperation, it will be inconvenient for you to move about in the residence. If there is nothing urgent, Miss Ku can order the servants to come here." Chapter 5028. A complicated look flashed across Madame Song's eyes as she watched Kumeng leave. Madame Song could not be blamed for treating her like a stranger. She was simply too beautiful. Now that she was homeless, who knew if Madame Song would harbor any evil thoughts? Sigh. Madame Song sighed softly and returned to the courtyard helplessly. Kumeng did not go anywhere else. Instead, she returned to her room in the courtyard and sat in front of the mirror. She looked at herself in the mirror, and her eyes flashed. She gently caressed her face with one hand. "In the past, I used to think that as a woman, it was a blessing to have such a beautiful face. However, it was also this face that brought about the destruction of my family. Now that I was luckily saved, it was as if I was reborn. Now that I look at this extremely beautiful face again, I feel that it is the root of disaster." She muttered to herself as she thought of Madame Xuanyuan's indifference and Madame Song's alienation. She knew that it was all because of this face. If I leave the Song family with such a beautiful face, who knows if I'll attract evil people like Chung Wanli one day? If that's the case, I might as well destroy it. She seemed to be talking to herself. Her voice was terrifyingly calm. The hand that was caressing her face landed on the dressing table. She picked up a hairpin and slowly moved it to her face. Her gaze fell on the mirror. She looked at her perfect and flawless face in the mirror. Her hands trembled slightly. She pursed her lips and slowly closed her eyes. The hairpin in her hand was pressed against her face. The cold touch of the hairpin made her involuntarily shiver. In the next moment, she exerted force in her hand. The hairpin pierced her skin and slowly slid downwards. Fresh blood dripped down from the hairpin. As the hairpin slashed across her face, it left a deep cut. Due to the strength of the blow, her skin and flesh were slightly exposed. However, she tightly bit her lips and did not even make a sound. She only swallowed her tears and the blood that seeped out of her lips. Feng Jiao and the others who were playing outside returned to the Song family mansion in the evening. Dinner was placed in the front courtyard of the Song family mansion. Madame Song thought that everyone had not sat down for a proper meal, so she wanted to have a meal with everyone tonight. Set the table properly. Move the flowers over there a little to make the place more spacious. Madame Song directed the servants to arrange the scene. Then, she thought of Kumeng, who was in the guest courtyard. No matter what, she was still a guest of the residence. It would be too much if she didn't invite her over. Thus, she ordered the servant girl beside her. "Go and invite Miss Ku over for dinner tonight." "Yes." The maidservant responded and went to the guest courtyard. Mother, Songmi, came over and looked at the busy people. She smiled and went forward to hold her hand. Mother, who else do you want to invite to eat? It's Miss Monk from the guest courtyard, Madame Song said. Oh, is it the girl you saved that night? Then I'll go invite him. In any case, I haven't seen her yet. As she spoke, she called out to the maidservant, You don't have to go, I'll go. As she spoke, she let go of the maidservant's hand and walked towards the guest courtyard. When Madame Song saw this, she helplessly shook her head and ordered the maidservant, Go see if the dishes are ready and have someone bring them up. Then, she ordered another maidservant. Have you prepared the fruits I asked you to prepare after the meal? Chapter 5029. Replying to Miss Koo is in her room. Do you need this servant to invite her out? Asked the servant. No need, I'll go myself. Song Mir shook her head. Just as she was about to walk in, she stopped and asked, Let me ask you, is Miss Koo really very beautiful? Hearing this, the two servant girls didn't know what she meant. They looked at her and hesitated for a moment. If they said another girl was beautiful in front of Miss, would Miss be angry? Say it. Why are you looking at me? Song Mir said, Miss Koo is very beautiful. Everyone in the manor says so. The two servant girls said and quickly lowered their heads, afraid that their miss would be angry. Oh, she didn't think much of it. Ever since she saw her miss's face that could topple the world, when other women said they were beautiful, she didn't think they could be more beautiful than her Mississippi walking inside. After looking around, she came to the door in the middle and knocked. Miss Koo, I am Song Mir. My mother asked me to invite you to the front yard for a meal. She called out and stood in front of the door, waiting for her to open the door and see how beautiful she was. When Kameng heard the sound, she was stunned. She took out a veil and tied it around her face, but found that the veil was very thin. Through it, she could see the bleeding wound on her face. So she tore a piece of cloth from the inside of her clothes and tied it around the veil. Miss Koo, hearing the movement in the room, but no sound, Song Mir called out again. She felt a little strange. Coming. At the same time, Koo Meng's voice came from the room. The door opened. Dressed in a plain white dress, Kameng stood by the door with a white veil around her face. Her face couldn't be seen, only her eyes could be seen. Miss Song. She bowed slightly. Her voice was a little hoarse, because the wound on her face was red and swollen. When she opened her mouth, it pulled at the wound on her face. Under the white veil, her face grew even paler. Miss Koo, why are you wearing this? Song Mir pointed at the white cloth on her face and asked in surprise. She bent her knees slightly and bowed again, saying, Miss Song, I'm not feeling well, so I'm afraid I can't go. Please help Kameng thank Madam for her good intentions. When Kameng feels better, I'll personally go and thank her. Song Mi saw that although she was wearing a white cloth, her expression was indeed very weak, and her voice was slightly hoarse, so she said, All right then, Miss Koo, if you're not feeling well, you should have a good rest. Later, I'll have the estate's physician come over to take a look at you. No need to trouble yourself. I'll be fine after some rest. Thank you, Miss Song, she said. Seeing this, Song Mi did not say anything else. She told her to rest well and left. After watching her leave, Kameng closed the door and went back to lie on the bed. The wound on her face was burning with pain, and it was so painful that it twitched and twitched. She closed her eyes and thought, I'll be fine after I get through these 2 days. On the other side, Song Mir told her mother what Kameng said. When Madame Song heard this, she sighed softly and said, Fine, later tell your brother and the others to leave a portion and have the servants send it to her. Okay, Song Mir replied with a smile. Chapter 5030. When the meal was finally over and everyone had dispersed, the elders hurriedly stopped Song Lingbo. Lingbo, what's going on with you? Why'd he dive into the kitchen to cook after coming back? I'm afraid the matter between the Song and Chung family isn't over yet. As the family head, why aren't you worried at all? One of the elders said worriedly. That's right. Now that the family is in big trouble, you're still in the mood to eat and drink? Another elder shook his head and said, because he was worried, even though Song Lingbo was in charge of cooking tonight, he was not in the mood to eat. Hearing this, Song Lingbo said, Elders, don't worry. The Chung family probably won't dare to come again. Even if they do, there's no need to worry. Don't think about this anymore and go back to rest. Trust me, the residents will be fine." As he spoke, he did not wait for them to say anything else and walked away. A few days later, in the morning, Kumeng came to the main courtyard and said to the maidservant outside, "Please report to Madam that Kumeng is here to bid farewell." The maidservant went in to report that Madame Song had arrived in the courtyard and had someone bring her in. When she came in, she saw that she was wearing a veil and had changed her white clothes into a slightly darker beige dress. She still looked like the same person, but there was something different about her. "Miss Ku, have your injuries healed?" Madame Song asked gently. "I've made Madame worry. Kumeng's injuries have all healed. I've disturbed you in the residence for a long time, so I'm here to bid farewell. Many thanks to Madame for giving me a place to recuperate during this period of time. Kumeng is eternally grateful." Kumeng bowed to Madame Song gratefully. Hearing this, Madame Song nodded and asked, "Now that you're homeless, what do you plan to do from now on? The world is vast. There will always be a place for Kumeng to stay." "Madam, you don't have to worry about Kumeng," she said softly. "Kumeng is going to bid farewell to Madame Xinyuan. I wonder if Madame can lead the way?" She was indebted to Madame Xinyuan. Now that she was leaving, she naturally had to bid farewell to her. "All right, I'm going over as well. Come with me," Madame Song said, and brought her to the courtyard where Feng Jiao and the children were staying. Early in the morning, the three children woke up and practiced their martial arts in the courtyard. Feng Jiao sat in the courtyard and watched, giving them pointers from time to time. Mir accompanied her. When Mir saw her mother coming over, she stood up and ran toward her mother with a smile. She held her mother's hand and walked into the courtyard. "Mother, why have you come?" As he spoke, he looked at Kumeng and called out with a smile, "Miss Ku is also here." "Miss Song." Kumeng nodded at her. Mir asked. Initially, she wanted to see what she looked like. Who would have thought that the 2 times she saw her, she would be wearing a veil? Kumeng smiled. The veil covered her smile, but her eyes were slightly curved. It was obvious that she was smiling. "My body has recovered. I'm here today to bid farewell to Madame Xinyuan." She looked at the woman in green sitting by the stone table. At this moment, Madame Song said, "Madame Xinyuan, Miss Kumeng said she's leaving. She asked me to bring her here to bid farewell to you." Feng Jiao calmly replied and looked at Kumeng. Chapter 50:31. "Yes, I've disturbed you during this period of time. Now that I've recovered, it's time for me to leave." Kumeng said softly. "Then where are you going after you leave?" Mir asked curiously. She heard from her mother that Kumeng's family had been annihilated and she was the only one left. "I haven't thought about it yet, but I'll take it one step at a time. I believe that there's always a way out, and I'll find a place to stay," she said softly and smiled at Song Mir. Mir knew that she must be smiling at this moment, but the veil was covering her face, so she couldn't see her smile. She also couldn't see how beautiful her face, which was praised as extremely beautiful by everyone in the residence, was behind this smile. For a moment, her heart skipped a beat, and she grinned. She walked forward and said, "Miss Ku, your eyes are so beautiful. I've seen you twice, but I've never seen what you look like. Now you're leaving? Before you leave, can you at least let me see what you look like? Otherwise, I won't be able to recognize you when we meet outside." Kumeng was stunned and looked at Songmi. She narrowed her eyes and said, "It's not that I don't want to let you see, but I'm afraid of scaring you." Hearing this, Madame Song was surprised and puzzled. Feng Jiao, who was sitting at the table and drinking tea, paused. He took a sip and put down the teacup, then looked up. Songmi was stunned. "Scaring me? How could that be? Although I've never seen your face, I've heard the servants in the residence say that you're very beautiful. It's because they've been praising you that I'm curious to see how beautiful you are." Then she smiled and said, "Also, I'm very brave. Ordinary things can't scare me." Kumeng was a little hesitant. She didn't intend to let them see her disfigured face because she didn't want to scare them. She also didn't want to leave them with a frightening impression. Madame Song asked curiously, "What's wrong with Miss Ku's face? When I saw you wearing a veil today, I thought you wanted to cover your face so that you could walk around freely. Isn't that the case?" At this moment, whether it was Madame Song, Songmi, or even Fengjie, none of them would have thought that she would ruin her beautiful face. Miss Ku, please take off your veil and let me see you. I'm speaking the truth. You're wearing a veil. If we meet outside in the future, I might not be able to recognize you. Mir said as she looked at her expectantly. Seeing this, Kameng removed one side of her veil. When the veil fell to one side, revealing her ruined face, Madame Song and Songmi couldn't help but gasp. How could this happen? Fengjie's gaze landed on Kameng's face. His eyes flashed, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He really did not expect this. I thought it would be safer this way. She tried her best to speak in a calm voice. Then, she slowly walked up to Fengjie and knelt down. Kameng pays her respects to Madame Xianyuan. Kameng will remember Madame Xuanyuan's great kindness. She bowed deeply to Madame Xianyuan. Unlike the slight curtsy she gave Madame Song, she bowed to Madame Xianyuan. Chapter 5032. Fengjie looked at the kneeling Kameng. Then, lightly tapping her finger on the table, she said, Since you have nowhere to go, I will show you the way. Hearing these words, Kameng was startled and couldn't help but raise her head to look at her. Mir, brush and ink. Fengjie looked at Songmi, and said, Okay, I will go get it immediately. Songmi, replied, then ran to Yu's room and took out the brush, ink, and paper she usually used to practice writing. After placing the things on the table, she retreated to the side, and at the same time, looked at the kneeling Kameng, somewhat shocked that she would destroy her own appearance. She was indeed ruthless to herself, for a woman to destroy her face like this. It could be seen how much determination she had. Fengjie wrote there, and the few people who didn't come close didn't know what she wrote. They only saw her write it, put it in an envelope, and sealed it, then wrote 2 sentences on another piece of paper, folded it, and handed it over to Kameng. Go, look at it after you leave the city. This paper has the address you want to go to, as well as the person you want to give this letter to. It is also written here. Hearing this, Kameng received it and said, Many thanks, Madame Xianyuan. She didn't ask anything, and only put away the thing she gave her, then stood up. Looking at her self-destroyed appearance, Fengjie sighed in her heart and said, After your strength reaches high god realm, if you want to restore your appearance, you can come to Song family to find me. Hearing this, Kameng's heart shook and involuntarily looked at her. Her disfigured appearance. She actually had the ability to restore it. At the same time, she suppressed her thoughts and said, Many thanks, Madame Xianyuan. Kameng will take her leave. Finished speaking, she bowed to Madame Song and Songmi, then turned around and left. I will send her off, Songmi said, then quickly followed and sent her out of the residence. Fengjie took out a communication jade and handed it to Madame Song and said, This communication jade is for you. Keep it. If you have any matters in the future, you can use it to send messages. Okay, Mrs. Song replied as she took it and put it away. Not long after, Songmi returned and asked curiously, Mistress, where did you send her? Why don't you just say it directly? Why do you have to write it down on paper? When Madame Song heard me, call Fengjie master, her heart skipped a beat and a smile appeared on her face. After finding out about Fengjie's identity, she also found out that Mir had recognized her as her master. It was because of this that she came to the Song family and helped them so much. When they thought about how this crazy girl had accidentally recognized Fengjie as her master, they felt that it was inconceivable. Fengjie smiled and said, I told her to go to the Jiang clan and look for immortal Elder Qinghua. As for whether she will go to the Jiang clan, that will be up to her. Hearing this, Songmi understood. She knew immortal Elder Qinghua, who was the ancestor of the Jiang clan. With his arrangements, it would probably be a good place to go. However, whether Kameng would go to the Jiang clan or not, that would be up to her. However, when she thought about how she had left alone, Mir's eyes turned, and she asked curiously, Mistress, then why don't you keep Kameng by your side? She doesn't have any relatives left anyway. She's all alone. Chapter 5033. Mir, you can't be so impudent. Madame Song scolded her daughter. Mir stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything else. Fengjiu smiled. It's fine. There aren't many rules around me. She looked at Songmi and said, I'll let you follow me because you have extraordinary culinary skills, and I just happen to lack someone like you by my side. Of course, the prerequisite is that I find you pleasing to the eye, she said with a smile, and seeing Songmi smile after hearing her words, she continued. As for Kumeng, she doesn't have any outstanding characteristics, so why should I let her follow me? She's not strong enough to protect me, and she can't even be a servant. In terms of loyalty, she's even less so. Why would I keep someone like her by my side? She held her cheek with one hand and said slowly, however, there's one thing that surprised me. She dared to destroy her own face, so it's clear that she's a ruthless person. Since she dares to be so ruthless to herself, I'll show her the right path. That's the best I can do. Madame Song nodded in agreement. Indeed, even she wouldn't keep someone like Kumeng by her side, let alone someone as noble and powerful as the Phoenix Lord. Songmi seemed to understand. Oh, I understand. At this moment, she was incomparably glad that she had outstanding culinary skills. All right, Mirror, accompany Madame Xinyuan. I'll go back first. Madame Song smiled and returned to her courtyard. A few days later, when the Chung family in Longnan saw Chung Wanli and his entourage coming back, they were almost furious. Who was it? Who did it? Chung Wanshan, the head of the Chung family, roared, glaring at the Chung family guards kneeling in the hall. Family head, it's cooking God Song Lingbo's Song family. One of the guards said with a trembling voice, Cooking God Song Lingbo? A mere chef has the ability to cripple 4 of my Chung family's elders, and even dare to cripple my Chung Wanshan's younger brother? How dare the Song family? The gloomy voice was mixed with a fierce murderous aura and monstrous fury. His fist heavily smashed on the chair beside him. With a bang, the chair shattered into a pile of fragments. Master Chef Song family? Impossible. No matter how famous their clan is, they can't cripple 4 of our Chung clan's consecrators. An old man walked in, followed by a few other old men. Grand Elder. Chung Wanshan stood up and bowed when he saw them. The old man in the lead walked to a chair and sat down. He nodded at Chung Wanshan and looked at the guards. Tell me in detail what exactly is going on. It's like this. Second Master and the 4 elders went to the Song family to take a rainbow spirit stone from the Song family as a birthday gift for the patriarch. When they went, Song Lingbo and the others weren't at home. The guard explained the whole story in detail. That's right. That woman also said. The guard didn't dare to continue. Speak. Chung Wanshan was furious. He shouted at the top of his lungs. That woman said that if the Chung family came to apologize with a big gift, this matter would be over. Otherwise, let's see what will happen to Second Master and the others. The guard's voice became softer and softer. In the end, his head was almost on the ground. Chapter 5034. The Grand Supreme Elder narrowed his eyes and his expression darkened. A terrifying, murderous aura emanated from his body. What an ignorant woman. She's seriously injured my Chung family members, and she still wants us to pay her a visit and apologize? She really deserves to die. Chung Wanshan spoke in a gloomy voice. His chest heaved violently due to his rage. At this moment, the Grand Supreme Elder asked again, How does that woman look? How old is she? What are her characteristics? Tell me in detail. I like to see where this person has sprung out from and dared to speak such arrogant words. Yes, that woman was dressed in green robes. Her features could only be considered delicate and ordinary. There was nothing special about her. If there was anything special about her, it would be that her aura was terrifying. At that time, this subordinate had only glanced at her and felt his entire body turn cold. It was as if he had fallen into hell. It was extremely terrifying. Recalling the situation at that time, the guard's face turned pale and he could not help but shiver. Grand Supreme Elder, how should we deal with this matter? Chung Wanshan looked at him and asked. His voice was filled with suppressed anger and murderous intent. The Grand Supreme Elder stroked his beard and paused before asking, How is Wanli? As for the other high elders, have they been examined by a doctor? I have. Their cultivations have been crippled, and their inner cores have been shattered. There is no possibility for them to cultivate for the rest of their lives. The four high elders are now hanging on by a thread and are not far from death. As for Wanli, aside from his cultivation being crippled, there are many wounds on his body. Even if he doesn't die immediately, he will be a cripple in the future, even if he survives. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, and a cracking sound could be heard. That damned woman in green. He wished that he could personally cripple her and let her have a taste of living a life worse than death. To be able to cripple the four high elders, this woman's cultivation must be very powerful. How about this? Send someone to investigate the woman's identity as described by the guard. The Grand Supreme Elders, and I will ask the Grand Supreme Elder for instructions and see how the Grand Supreme Elder will deal with this matter. All right, I'll arrange for someone to investigate. As Chung Wanshan spoke, he knew in his heart that the ancestors' final decision would most likely be to send a few Grand Elders to the Song clan and exterminate the Song clan along with the green-clothed woman. After all, crippling the Chung family was equivalent to slapping the Chung family in the face. With the Chung family's current status and power, how could they be bullied and humiliated by the Song family? If they did not destroy the Song family, how could the Chung family in Longnan in the future? That night, in the meeting hall of the Chung clan, the 9 experts of the Chung clan were all sitting in the hall, and at the main seat was a white-haired old man. His Grand Supreme Elder, his lips pursed lips, he looked, Grand Supreme Elders. What else is there to see? Grand, to be. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but it was hard to say how old his bones were. After all, those who could sit in this meeting hall were naturally not ordinary people. Yes, the Song family must be destroyed to prove the might of the Chung family in Longnan. Another person said, Chapter 5035. Chung Wanshan shook his head and said, No, there's almost no such person. There aren't many women who have such powerful strength, but after checking all of them, there's no one who matches. Until now, we still don't know who that woman is. It's just a Song family, a woman of unknown origin. What's there to worry about? Kill them if you need to, destroy them if you need to. It's not a big deal. The one who spoke was a woman in her 30s. She wore a red dress that was slightly revealing. She sat leisurely and played with her slender fingers from time to time. The survival of a family was like an ant to her. Hearing everyone's words, the old man in the main seat stroked his beard and looked at them, saying, Since that's the case, I'll let you make a trip. In a few days, it'll be my birthday. Come back quickly. The people who spoke earlier looked at each other and smiled. They all cupped their hands and said, Okay, we'll make a trip personally. When the time comes, we'll give the Song family's rainbow spirit stone to the ancestor as a birthday gift. Haha, then I'll wait for your return. The old man in the main seat smiled. He stroked his beard and squinted his eyes, saying, I believe that the destruction of the Song family will make my Chung family's reputation even greater. Everyone in the hall looked at each other and revealed an indescribable smile. The few people who spoke did not stay any longer. They got up and headed to the Song family together. Just as the ancestors said, they had to go quickly and return quickly. With their strength, dealing with the Song family and the woman of unknown origin was just a matter of making a trip. The result was already predetermined. Chung Wanshan stood outside the meeting hall and looked at the sky. The figures of the Grand Elders had long disappeared. With the Grand Elders' cultivation and strength, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the Song family. Song family, and that woman, just wait to be destroyed. Song family on this day. Fengjiu accompanied the 3 children out for a walk and returned. She let them practice their movement skills in the courtyard while she went into her room and took out a book to read. These days in the Song clan, she was relatively free every day. Therefore, she was able to spare some time to find a way to break the isolation between the Heaven Realm and the other Heaven Realms. In the past 2 days, she had found some clues about this in an ancient book. Thus, she had been flipping through it, hoping to solve this problem as soon as possible. As long as she could solve the problem of the isolation of the Heaven Realm, she would be able to freely travel back and forth between the Heaven Realm. This was very important to her. She flipped through the books in her room, and the children in the courtyard did not disturb her. It was only in the evening when Mir delivered dinner and knocked on her door that she walked out. "Mistress, my father made something delicious again today. Come have a taste," Mir said with a smile as she scooped a bowl of soup for her and talked about the interesting things that had happened today. As Fengjiu listened, he looked at the sky and said, "Another day has passed." For the past few days, there had been no movement from the Chung family. She thought that if she stayed for another 10 days, there would definitely be movement. At that time, it would be clear whether the Chung clan would be exterminated or not. Chapter 5036. It seems that the people from the Chung clan are here. Feng Jiu curled her lips and murmured softly. Her gaze fell on the darkening sky. At this moment, a powerful pressure and aura enveloped the entire Song clan. It was as if the entire Song clan was trapped within. Almost at the same time, the people of the Song family sensed it. Song Lingbo was the first to walk out. Seeing that the entire mansion was surrounded by a powerful aura, he immediately ordered in a deep voice, "Get everyone to return to their rooms. Secret guards and elite guards guard the entire manor." "Yes, sir." A sonorous and powerful voice responded, and the secret guards and elite guards in the mansion quickly made arrangements. Because the leader of the Song family had already told them what to do, everyone in the manor had been preparing so that they would not panic when the danger came. "Is it the Chung family?" Mrs. Song followed him out and asked worriedly. "Who else could it be?" Song Lingbo said, "Mrs. Song, go back to your room and don't come out. I will go check it out." Knowing that she could not help him, Mrs. Song did not add to the trouble. Seeing him walk to the front yard, Mrs. Song said to the secret guard, "Go tell Yi Hong and the others to come here." "Understood." A voice rang out, and a silhouette flashed past, heading towards the courtyards of the others. In the yard, Mir and Hauer were playing in the manor. When they felt the force enveloping the entire Song manor, they all stopped and looked up. The sky had darkened. There was not a single star in sight. The moon was also covered by dark clouds. "Let's go back to the yard first." Mir saw that something was wrong and quickly led the three to the backyard. She did not expect to run into her three brothers. "Big brother, second brother, third brother." Mir quickly walked up and asked, "Where are you going?" "Let's go check it out." "Mir, take them to Mother's place in the main yard. Don't come out even if you hear the sound. We will be outside. Just take care of Mother," Song Yi-hong said. "But, no buts. Can't you see that the entire Song manor is enveloped by that powerful force? There must be a lot of people from the Chung family. Go," Song Yi-fun shouted. Seeing this, quickly brought Hao and the others to the main courtyard. "Don't we need to look for Mother?" asked in a low voice. "No need. Mistress will definitely go to the front yard. You don't have to worry about her. Just take good care of yourselves." Said as she hurried towards the main yard. The faces of the elders in the Song clan turned ashen. They looked at the invisible aura in the air and couldn't help but mutter, "It's over, it's over. Our Song clan is finished this time." The Chung clan had really come. Moreover, the moment they arrived, they had trapped the entire Song clan. It was obvious that they didn't want them to have a chance to escape. This time, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, there were 4 people standing outside the gate of the Song family. They were 2 old men, a middle-aged man, and a woman in red. After seeing the old man trap the entire Song family in the barrier, they looked at each other and smiled. This way, no one from the Song family will be able to escape. Chapter 5037. The woman in red gently lifted a strand of hair that had fallen across her face and gently twirled it between her fingers. There was a disdainful smile on her face, and a murderous look flashed across her eyes as she stared at the residents in front of her. She seemed to have thought of something and chuckled softly. "The rest of the Song family members are yours. As for that green-robed woman, I'll take her life." She paused and laughed viciously. "Only when she falls in my hands will she be able to experience a fate worse than death." The middle-aged man glanced at her and said, "I've heard from the guards that this green-robed woman is very powerful. To avoid any mistakes, I'll go with you." Hearing this, The woman in red scoffed disapprovingly. What? Don't you trust me? Do you think that I would lose to a woman who had appeared out of nowhere? The two of you will go together. The elder next to her spoke up and glanced at the two of them. Yuehong, you'll deal with that green-robed woman. If you think that she's too difficult to deal with, then we'll fight 2 against 1. No matter what method you use, this woman must die. I don't want any accidents to happen. Seeing that he had spoken, the woman in red did not say anything else. She only pursed her lips and listened to him speak. Aside from Song Lingbo, there aren't many other capable people in the Song family. Number 4, you deal with Song Lingbo and the others. As for me, I'll go to the Song family ancestors' closed-door cultivation in the back of the mountain and force him to come out. Then, I'll kill him and take the Rainbow Spirit Stone back as a birthday gift for the ancestor. Hearing this, the 4 of them looked at each other and replied in unison, All right, it's decided. Once they had spoken, 3 of them leaped into the Song family home, while the other took a detour and headed towards the mountain behind the Song family home. Based on their refined state of power, destroying a mere Song family was a piece of cake. Even if they had known that the green-robed woman was very powerful, none of the 4 of them thought much of her. When the 3 of them leaped into the Song family home and landed in the front courtyard, they saw that aside from Song Lingbo and his 3 sons, there were only a few elders in the front courtyard. It seems that these elders were the elders of the Song family. However, in their eyes, their powers were nothing. Song Lingbo, the elder among the 3, opened his mouth and spoke. His gaze fell upon Song Lingbo. Are you prepared to die? Song Lingbo stared at the 3 of them, shielding his 3 sons behind him, using his own aura to protect them from the pressure of the Supreme Being experts. He then asked, The 3 of you are 3 of the 9 Supreme Beings from the Chang clan? That's right. They were very clear that the Song clan would die in the end. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to kill them. The old man's sharp gaze landed on him as he said, My Chang clan already knows that your Song clan colluded with others to kill my Chang clan members. We came here tonight to take the lives of your Song clan members. Of the Song of the Song of the Song of the Song. Of the Song family home. Chapter 5038. His laughter abruptly stopped as his eyes were filled with murderous intent. In this world, the strong rule. You want the Chung family to apologize to the Song family? Huh, you really don't know what you're talking about. Hearing his words, the faces of the elders turned pale. They came to Song Lingbo's side and asked anxiously, Lingbo, you told us not to worry. What plan do you have? Now that the Chung family is here, why don't you say something? They were really anxious. The Chung family had come knocking on their door, and 3 of the Chung 9 Supremes had come. If only 2 of them had come, their old bones and Song Lingbo might have been able to contend against them. But now that there were 3 of them, it was a different story. Even if they gave it their all, they would not be able to fight against 3 Supremes. Song Lingbo pursed his lips and did not speak. What about that woman? The woman in red asked impatiently. When the elders heard her words, they immediately took a step forward and asked, What woman? Let me tell you, even if we have to fight to the death today, we will not let you hurt a single person from the Song family. With just you? The woman in red laughed coldly as a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she raised her hand and threw a hidden weapon at the elder in front. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant you your wish. Whoosh! A sharp chi blade carrying the pressure of a Supreme Being expert shot out, heading straight for the elder at the front. The intention was to catch him off guard and kill him, letting the Song clan members feel the fear of death before them. Be careful. When a hidden weapon shot out, it was so fast that only its shadow could be seen. But the aura of a Supreme's was so strong that it could not be ignored. Song Lingbo stepped forward and stood in front of the elder, preparing to shoot down the hidden weapon. Unexpectedly, a clanging sound rang out, and the hidden weapon that even he couldn't see clearly was shot down to the ground. Clang! Song Lingbo and his 3 sons were stunned. They saw that not far in front of them, beside the hidden weapon, a gold coin had also fallen. Who is it? When the woman in red saw her hidden weapon being knocked down, her face immediately turned gloomy. Fengjiu walked over from a distance. He was dressed in green and had a plain and ordinary appearance. However, his clear and cold eyes were calm and indifferent. Her pace was neither fast nor slow, and her aura was restrained, making it impossible for others to see through her cultivation. "Sorry, I'm late." Fengjiu smiled apologetically at the Song clan members. With a wave of his hand, a few items were tossed over to the 3 Song clan brothers. The 3 Song brothers looked at the things that fell into their hands or arms in astonishment, and couldn't help but be stunned. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that these 3 items were top-notch treasures. But where did they come from? In contrast to the astonishment of the Song clan members, the 3 Chung clan members were shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil as they cried out involuntarily, "How did those things end up in your hands?" Fengjiu smiled and said to the Song clan members, "When I was on my way here, I took care of an old man who snuck in, which delayed me a little. I took those things from him, so I'll give them to you." Her gaze moved away from the Song clan members and landed on the 3 of them as she smiled faintly. Chapter 5039. You've killed him? That's impossible. The elder cried out in shock, unable to believe what she had just said. The middle-aged man and the woman in red's expressions turned serious. Was it impossible? If it was impossible, how could those 3 items be in her hands? How could she have given them away as a gift? After all, those 3 items were the Grand Supreme Elder's treasures. At this moment, they finally put away the contempt and disapproval in their hearts and reassessed this unremarkable woman in green robes. To be able to kill a cultivator at the peak of the refined state without making a single sound, this woman's power was far too terrifying. "Who on earth are you?" the middle-aged man asked cautiously. At this moment, he suddenly realized that if they were not careful, all 3 of them would die here tonight. However, they shouldn't have never heard of a woman with such powerful strength. "I've given the Chung family a way out, but since you insist on walking down the path of death, don't blame me for what happens next." Fengjiu replied calmly as her clear and cold eyes fell upon their faces. "Now that things have come to this, why don't you think about how you want to die? Perhaps I can grant you your wish. You launched a sneak attack, didn't you? Based on the Grand Supreme Elder's cultivation. How could he have been killed by you without making a single sound if you had fought him head-on? You launched a sneak attack." The woman in red's voice was sinister as she spoke. With a wave of her hand, a long sword appeared in her hand. "No matter how powerful you are, could you possibly be more powerful than the 3 of us combined?" She stared darkly at her, thinking about how her disciple, Chung Wanli, had been crippled by this woman and how the Grand Supreme Elder had been killed by this woman. Her heart was filled with murderous intent. "I'm going to break the tendons in your limbs. I'm going to chop off your hands. I'm going to gouge out your eyes and hang them in front of the Song family's main gate. I'm going to slice off your flesh piece by piece." She spat hatefully. Then, she clenched the sharp sword in her hand and charged towards the figure in green in front of her. Fengjiu curled his lips and chuckled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. She didn't dodge, nor did she dodge. Instead, she watched as the woman in red attacked her with her sword. Only when the tip of the sword was right in front of her did she stretch out her hand and clamp down on the blade. At the tip of the sword, the pressure and sword aura of a supreme being expert had naturally dissipated before it even touched Fengjiu. At this moment, she was gently holding the sword between 2 fingers, and the woman in red was unable to advance even an inch further. Yes, the woman in red clenched her teeth and strengthened her spiritual power. She wanted to stab her sword into the woman's throat, but the sword couldn't go any further. Fengjiu looked at the woman in red in front of him and said in a calm and indifferent voice, "Do you know why you didn't make any noise?" At this moment, although she was holding the sharp sword, her aura still did not leak out at all. She pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes, because he doesn't even have the power to retaliate. As she spoke, she released a powerful aura from her body and instantly enveloped the woman in red. Chapter 5040. A chill rose from the soles of her feet and shot straight to her heart. A bone-piercing chill filled her entire being, making her feel as if she had fallen into an abyss. Cold sweat broke out on her back, and her hair stood on end. At that moment, she felt as if a pair of ghostly hands were clutching her throat, making it impossible for her to breathe. She froze on the spot. Fengjiu's fingers, which were holding her sharp blade, moved forward and snatched the sharp sword from her hand. He turned it around and held it in his hand. A cold light flashed, and the sound of the sword's aura filled the air. The sound of clothes tearing could be heard as pieces of red shards fell chaotically to the ground, revealing the woman's undergarments. She froze on the spot with her eyes wide open. She stared at the green-robed woman who had snatched her sword in horror and shock. At that moment, she finally understood why there had been no commotion when the Grand Supreme Elder had been killed. It was all because this woman was far too powerful. "You're wearing red. You're really an eyesore." Fengjiu spoke slowly. He raised the sword in his hand and placed it against her neck. "Even though I'd really like to grant you your wish of dying, I reckon that death would be far too ugly. Why don't we change it?" The woman's eyes narrowed. She wanted to speak, but she couldn't make a sound. At that moment, she only saw a cold light flash past, and a cold feeling came from her throat. In the next moment, she fell to the ground. When the elder and middle-aged man from the Chung family saw this, they could not help but take a step back. Their eyes were filled with horror and shock. They could not believe that a cultivator at the refined state had been killed by the green-robed woman's sword right in front of their very eyes. Furthermore, she had been completely defenseless. This scene was too shocking to the point that they forgot to react at that moment. Their hearts were filled with fear that came from trembling. They knew that they should run away immediately. However, their feet felt as if they had been injected with lead. They were so heavy that they could not move even half a step. If they were already in such a state, there was no need to mention the elders from the Song family. At that moment, their eyes were wide open as they watched in disbelief. At this moment, they finally understood why this woman, called Madame Xianyuan, had said that there was no need to worry with her here. She was truly very strong. The middle-aged man from the Chung family was the first to react. Looking at the woman in green who was looking at them with a sword in her hand, his expression immediately changed, and he exclaimed, "Sir, please wait a moment." He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, the other party's sword would turn, and they would fall to the ground like the dead Yuhong. After becoming Supreme Being experts, they cherished their lives more than anyone else. Given the current situation, no matter what, they had to find a way to survive. "What do you want to say before you die? Speak." Fengjiu didn't really care. In her eyes, these two people were already dead. She didn't mind letting them finish their last words. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's heart sank. He had originally wanted to open his mouth to seek a chance of survival. But at this moment, he clearly understood that no matter what he said, no matter what he did, he would not be able to escape death. Chapter 5041. If a dignified, honorable state cultivator died without knowing who killed her, it would be too cowardly of a death. Fengjiu raised her brows and glanced at the two of them. The corners of her lips curled up as she slowly said, "My name is Fengjiu." Fengjiu. The two men from the Chung family narrowed their eyes. Clearly, they knew who that name was. They stared in shock at the calm woman in green robes in front of them. Waves of shock surged in their hearts. "Fengjiu, the Empress Phoenix Master. It's actually her. Heavens, how did our Chung family offend such a person?" The old man staggered back, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His face was ghastly pale as he muttered, "It's the Empress Phoenix Master. The heavens want to destroy our Chung family. The heavens want to destroy our Chung family." At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was ghastly pale as well. He looked at Fengjiu, who wore green clothes, and her ordinary appearance. At this moment, he finally understood why they couldn't find any information about this person. She was in disguise. The Empress Phoenix Master. How could our Chung family stand a chance against such an existence? She was able to kill the Northern Flame Emperor all by herself and change the ruler of the Northern Flame Emperor's territory in a single night. They had only heard of such a terrifying figure in legends, but now she was standing right in front of them, alive and well, and they were trying to kill her. Would the Chung family still have a way out after doing all this? I don't dare to trouble the Phoenix Master. I will take my own life. The old man's voice trembled as he looked at Fengjiu. I know that the Chung family is doomed. I only hope that the Phoenix Master can be magnanimous and spare the descendants of the Chung family. I will be eternally grateful. With that, he knelt down with a thud and bowed deeply to Fengjiu. After kowtowing 3 times, he raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Seeing the old man slap himself on the top of his head, the middle-aged man's heart trembled. He pursed his lips and knelt beside the old man's corpse, bowing deeply to Fengjiu. Phoenix Lord, please be magnanimous and leave a way out for our Chung family's descendants. As soon as he finished, he did not wait for Fengjiu to speak and slapped himself on the top of his head. Blood spurted out. After the middle-aged man fell to the ground, everything in the courtyard returned to normal. No one spoke, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the gentle night breeze blew past, blowing away the smell of blood in the air. Fengjiu's eyes flashed as he looked at the 2 corpses. These 2 knew that death was the only way out for them, but they still didn't forget to ask for a way out for the future generations of the Chung family. She gently exhaled and threw the sword in her hand beside the woman's corpse. Then, she turned to look at Song Lingbo and slowly said, "We will leave tomorrow and go to the Chung family to help you settle the last of your troubles. You can deal with the corpses on the ground." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't stay any longer and walked back to the rear courtyard. After watching her leave, Song Lingbo stepped forward and collected the items on the corpses. He handed them to his eldest son and said, "Take these to Madame Xianyuan. Also, tell your mother that the matter has been resolved. Don't worry." Chapter 5042. Song Lingbo instructed the hidden guards to dispose of the corpses. When he turned around, he saw that the elders were still standing there in a daze. He walked up to them and called out, "First elder?" Seeing that they didn't respond, he patted the first elder's shoulder and asked, "First elder?" "Ah." The first elder came back to his senses and looked at Song Lingbo in front of him. He recalled what happened earlier and asked, "Lingbo, just now, Madame Xianyuan said that her name is." He was interrupted before he could finish. "Let's go back and talk. Let them clean up here," Song Lingbo said and gave them a look. Although they were all from the Song Manor, it was not appropriate for them to discuss the Phoenix Master's status. All right. Let's go in and talk." The first elder also came back to his senses and nodded. He took a deep breath and looked at the corpses being carried away. He was still a little dizzy. He couldn't believe that the Song family's crisis had been resolved just like that. He couldn't believe that Madame Xianyuan was actually the Empress Phoenix Master. That night, Song Lingbo roughly explained the situation with Fengjiu to them, then went to arrange other matters. The next morning, Fengjiu, Song Mi, and the 3 children were accompanied by the Song family to the main gate. Along the way, Song Lingbo and Madame Xianyuan occasionally reminded me, to take care of herself and to stay by Fengjiu's side and do her work seriously. "Father, Mother, I know. You don't have to worry." Mi smiled and said, "It's not like I won't be coming home. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back. Listen to Madame Xianyuan well. Don't cause trouble outside," Song Lingbo reminded. I know. Mi replied and quickly ran to Hao and the other 2, afraid that they would continue nagging. "Let's stop here." Fengjiu looked at them and smiled. "Thank you for taking care of us during this time. You're too kind. Madame Xianyuan is too kind. It's the Song family's fortune to be able to welcome an important guest like Madame Xianyuan," one of the elders hurriedly said. Fengjiu smiled and said goodbye to them. "After the matter with the Chung family is settled, I'll have Mir inform you. Goodbye." With that, he left with me, and the 3 children. Longnan Chung family at this time. The Chung family was shrouded in a dark cloud. The atmosphere was oppressive and terrifying. The servants and the residents were trembling with fear, not daring to make a single mistake. Cheng's Chengwan Shan. Chung of. After a long while, the Chung family's ancestors said, "I asked you to come here early in the morning to tell you that this is what happened. Now that their origin spirit lamps have been extinguished, what do you think we should do next? This was something he didn't expect. In one night, none of the four Supremes who went to the Song family came back alive. In the Lantern House, where they worshipped their origin spirit lamps, four of them were extinguished. This was no small matter for the Chung family. If they weren't careful, it could lead to the extinction of the family. Chapter 5043. I'm afraid things won't end like this. Another person said in a deep voice. He looked at the ancestor and said solemnly, "Originally, the guards who came back alive brought the woman's words. She said that as long as our Chung clan brought gifts to apologize, this matter would be over. However, our Chung clan didn't send anyone to apologize. Instead, we sent four Supreme Being cultivators to destroy the Song clan. Now that the four of them are dead, if I'm not wrong, our Chung clan's next target will be the Chung clan." Hearing this, the hall fell silent. Obviously, they had also thought of this point and guessed this possibility. To be able to kill the four of them, could it be that the green-robed woman alone? Maybe she had other helpers in the dark. That's why the four of them were killed. Chung Wanshan said. He still found it hard to believe that the woman alone could kill the four supreme martial artists of their Chung clan. The problem at hand is no longer about who killed the four of them. Instead, we need to discuss what we should do next. Only then will we be able to protect our Chung clan. If we don't handle this well, it will be a disaster that will wipe out our entire clan. If we knew this would happen, we would have sent someone to visit that day. Then, this wouldn't have happened. An old man sitting at the back shook his head and sighed. His voice paused for a moment before he continued. The Supreme Elder is at the peak of the Supreme Martial Artist level, and his strength is above all of us. In the entire Chung clan, only the old ancestor is slightly stronger than him. Think about it. What kind of existence would a person who could kill him and prevent him from even having the chance to send us a message be? Could it be someone from a hidden clan? Someone asked and couldn't help but ponder. The old man shook his head and sighed. I'm worried that our Chung clan will be wiped out. This matter is no small matter. We can't just sit and wait for death. We have to make arrangements as soon as possible so that we won't be caught off guard. Yes, I have the same idea. The elder ancestor nodded and said, cancel the birthday banquet. Make arrangements in the residence. Also, his hand that was stroking his beard paused for a moment. He hesitated for a moment before saying, quickly send the younger generation of the Chung family away. Let them lie low for a while. If our Chung family can survive this ordeal, then let them come back. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were unusually heavy. They, who had seen too much of the world, knew that they had been careless this time. This matter didn't need to develop to this stage, but now, everyone, you don't have to think too seriously about this matter. After all, there's still so many of us here. Things may not have reached the point of no return. Chung Wanshan said, try and make everyone relax. However, no one paid attention to him. Everyone present had lived for such a long time. How could they not be able to tell whether it was a tribulation or not at this moment? I'm going to make some arrangements and prepare to set up a defensive formation in the mansion. An old man stood up and said before leaving the others left one after another. In the end, only the Chung clan elder and Chung Wanshan were left in the hall. Looking at the empty hall, Chung Wanshan's face darkened and said, Elder Ancestor. Chapter 5044. Yes, Chung Wanshan replied. Now that things had come to this, this was the only arrangement they could make. They only hoped that the woman would not dare to come. Otherwise, this would be a battle of life and death. The fear within the Chung family made the descendants of the Chung family feel that something was amiss, especially after batches of young disciples were secretly sent away. Outside, the people who were originally prepared to attend the Chung family's birthday banquet were surprised when they heard that the banquet was canceled. The people of various aristocratic families and forces were keenly aware of the unusual atmosphere. After all, the invitations to the Chung family's birthday banquet had been sent out long ago. Now that it was canceled, and the reason was not explained in detail, even a 3-year-old child would not believe that there was nothing unusual about it. Some people secretly asked around and found out that the Chung family had lost 4 supreme martial artists for some unknown reason. The younger generation of the Chung family had been secretly sent away. The Chung family had provoked some extraordinary people this time, and even secretly invited some experts who were on good terms with them to the Chung family. The entire Chung family was preparing for the battle, so naturally, no one was in the mood for the birthday banquet. The Chung family spent their days in this tense and worried atmosphere. They did not know when the Chung family's disaster would befall them. They were vigilant almost every day and did not dare to relax for a moment. They even sent people to secretly watch the city gate. Once they found someone from the outside, they would immediately report back. A few days later, Feng Jiu, Mi and the 3 children stepped into the territory of Longnan. On this day, after they entered the city, they found an inn to rest. The Chung family guard squatting at the city gate, dressed in beggar's clothes, was shocked when he saw Feng Jiu. He almost did not dare to take a second look and lowered his head. After seeing them enter the inn, he quickly ran to the Chung family. Family head, family head. Chung Wanshan, who was discussing matters with the ancestor and the others in the hall, saw the guard in beggar's clothes running in a panic. With a gloomy face, he shouted, "What are you doing in such a panic? What's the matter? If you have something to say it quickly." Seeing the ancestor and the others in the hall, the guard in beggar's clothes suppressed the panic in his heart. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Family head, it's that woman. That woman is here." "You said that woman is here?" The patriarch at the main seat immediately sat up. No one noticed that his body trembled at that moment. He steadied his voice and stared at the guard dressed as a beggar. There was a hint of urgency in his voice as he asked, "How many people did they send? Where are they now? Are they heading towards our Chung clan?" "It's that woman. I saw her clearly. She's the woman in green who asked me to bring a message back." The guard clenched his fists and felt cold sweat seeping out of his palms. He took a deep breath and said, "There are a total of 5 of them. Other than the woman in green, there is a girl around 15 or 16 years old, a boy around 11 or 12 years old, and 2 younger children." Hearing this, the Chung family members looked at each other in shock. The Chung family's ancestor frowned and asked, "Are you sure? That woman didn't bring any helpers, but only a young girl and 3 children? No one else?" Chapter 5045. Hearing this, the Chung family ancestor clasped his hands behind his back and frowned as he walked around the hall. When the other supreme being cultivators of the Chung family heard this, they did not say anything and lowered their heads. No one knew what they were thinking about. Only Chung Wanshan heard this and immediately laughed. "Ancestor, I think your worries are unnecessary. She's just a woman. How strong can she be? Since she dares to come here, I'll bring my men over and destroy her as soon as possible." He thought that his words would gain the ancestor's approval. However, he did not expect the ancestor to look at him with a malicious and cold gaze. He was so shocked that he could not keep his smile, and it froze on his face. "Brainless good-for-nothing." The Chung family ancestor scolded in a gloomy voice and snorted heavily. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned around and walked to the main seat and sat down. He stared at Chung Wanshan, who was sweating profusely, and said in a gloomy voice, "How did I let you become a master of the Chung family? You don't even have this bit of foresight. Now that the Chung family is facing a disaster, you can't escape responsibility." When these words were spoken, most of them were to vent their anger. Because the Chung family was facing a disaster, there was no way to avoid it. Now that he heard these words, he did not know that the disaster was imminent. Therefore, he was very angry, and at the same time, he was venting the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart. Being scolded in front of everyone, Chung Wanshan lowered his head and did not dare to show his dissatisfaction and anger. This was because the ancestor was the one who decided everything in the Chung family. Not to mention being scolded. Even if he was killed, no one would dare to say anything. If what the guard said is true, and she only brought a young girl and 3 children, then there's only one possibility. At this moment, an elder spoke up and looked at the ancestor with a serious expression. That is, her strength is so strong that she alone is enough to shake the entire Chung family. When these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. It was so quiet that even breathing could be heard. In fact, everyone present had thought of this. If the other party had brought helpers, then it would be fine. However, if she really came alone, then her strength was so strong that it was terrifying. I suddenly remembered that among the women, there's only one who has such strength at this age. One of the old men said. At this moment, his face was a little pale, and he didn't seem to be in good spirits. Who is it? The others in the hall looked at him and asked. The old man raised his head and looked at them. After taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fluctuating emotions and said, Empress Phoenix Master. Hiss! This is impossible. The Chung family's ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air. He was originally sitting in the main seat, but due to his shock, he leaned back in his chair. Although it was impossible, his expression showed that he also had this guess. Other than that person, who else do you think it could be? The old man looked at them and sighed softly. Who has the ability to kill 4 of us supreme being experts by himself? Who would dare to come to Longnan alone? The reason why I couldn't find out the identity of the girl in green was because I didn't think of that person. But now that I think of it, everything matches. Chapter 5046. The heavens want to destroy our Chung clan. The Chung clan's ancestor mumbled. The battle intent that he had been holding on to all this time disappeared at this moment. They knew that if it was really that person, then no matter how many powerhouses they invited to help, it would be useless. Unless she is merciful, our Chung family will be exterminated. Thinking of this, everyone fell silent. After a while, the Chung clan's ancestor said in a deep voice, There is only one way. Everyone looked at him and asked, Ancestor, what good plan do you have? We go and apologize and commit suicide so that the Chung clan's descendants can have a chance to live. The Chung clan's ancestor said as he took a deep breath and stood up. He looked at them and said, This is the only way now. If we wait for her to come, I'm afraid that no one in our Chung clan will survive. The few supreme beings listened and fell silent for a moment. If they did that, they might be able to have a chance to live for their descendants, but they would be dead. It wasn't easy to live to their age. They naturally cherished their lives, but was there any other way? Is there no other way? One of them couldn't help but ask. The Chung clan's ancestor didn't say anything. At this moment, Chung Wanshan looked at the ancestor and said, I have an idea. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at him and ask, what idea? Even the Chung clan's ancestor looked at him, wanting to know what else he could think of. Seeing the ancestor looking at him, Chung Wanshan had an idea and said, Didn't the guard say that she brought a young lady and 3 children with her? We can capture the young lady and the 3 children and threaten her to leave Longnan and not lay a hand on our Chung clan. Are you tired of dying too slowly? The Chung clan's ancestors' face darkened and turned gloomy. If we really do that, we will have no way out for our Chung clan's descendants. But ancestor, even if we beg her, will she really let our Chung clan's descendants go? Won't she kill everyone in our Chung clan? If we follow my plan and succeed, our Chung family will be able to avoid this calamity and the elders won't have to die. Chung Wanshan looked at the elders as he spoke. He knew that some of them were tempted. After all, no one would be willing to die if they could live. I agree. We can try this method. An old man said as he looked at the Chung clan's ancestor. Wanshan is right. Even if we went to apologize, would she really let the rest of our Chung clan off? Why don't we give it a try? I agree as well. Another old man also spoke up. I feel like we should go and sound her out first. An old man said. He looked at the others and said, Didn't you say she was in the inn? Let's go take a look first. If it doesn't work, I'll take the second step. The Chung clan's ancestor sighed and said, Since all of you have said so, then let's go take a look. Before that, let's send the experts we invited away first so that they won't be implicated. Therefore, they agreed and went to prepare. After sending off the experts invited by the manor, they let the guards lead the way and went to the inn. Chapter 5047. When the venerated elders of the Chung family left, almost all the aristocratic families in the city were the first to receive the news. Some sent people to keep an eye on them, while others came out personally to see what was going on. Ancestor, the 3 children came with that woman. The guard who led the way looked at the 3 children sitting by the window on the first floor. The Chung family's ancestor looked over and saw the three children sitting there drinking water and eating snacks. They chatted from time to time and pointed at the things on the street outside with a smile. The three of them were indeed young, as the guard said, but with one look, it was obvious that they were not children of ordinary families. They should be from a prestigious family. When they appeared, Hao also noticed them. After secretly sizing them up, Hao guessed that these people should be from the Chung family. Perhaps they noticed how Er's gaze elsewhere. Mu Chun and Yu also looked at the door. After a glance, they turned back. Yu asked, "Why are they staring at us?" "They should be from the Chung family," Mu Chun said and drank the water in his cup. He said to Yu, "Go in and see if Sister Mi is done cooking." Oh, Yu saw her brother, sending her to the kitchen and didn't say much. She responded and went to the kitchen. Because of their arrival, the people in the inn were quickly cleared out by the Chung family. In the entire inn, only Hao and the others were still sitting at the table. Outside the inn, the Chung family's guards were guarding, not allowing anyone to come close. "Children, the woman in green who came with you, do you know her identity?" The Chung family's ancestor stepped forward and asked. Hearing this, Hao, and Mu Chun looked at each other. Hao said, "You found this place. Don't tell me you don't know." The Chung family's ancestors' eyes flashed. Seeing the two children sitting there without a trace of panic or fear and even daring to say such things to him, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Sure enough, they were not children from ordinary families. It was rare for them to have such temperament at this age. In the kitchen, Yu came to Song Mi-er's side. "Sister Mi-er, the Chung family is outside. My second senior brother told me to come in and tell you." As she spoke, she tiptoed to pinch a piece of meat and put it into her mouth. She even put her little finger into her mouth and licked it. When Mi-er heard her words, she turned around and caught a glimpse of it. She couldn't help but exclaim, how can you eat your fingers? Did you wash your hands? You can't put your fingers in your mouth." As she spoke, she brought her to the side to wash her hands. "Are you hungry? Let me get you something to eat first." Yu beamed with smiles and let her help her wash her hands, while said, "Just now, I washed my hands. You can't put your fingers in your mouth even if you wash your hands. It's dirty." Mi said. After washing her hands, she picked up a bowl and chopsticks and passed some food to her. She asked, "The Chung family is here? Your two senior brothers are outside?" When they were outside, she had always remembered that she could not expose their identities. And they're still sitting there. Yu took the bowl and chopsticks, then went to the small chair and sat down to eat. Chapter 5048. Yu chewed on the food in her mouth and said, "My senior brother told me to come in and tell you that he won't let you go out." Hearing this, Yu widened her eyes and said, "Won't let me go out? How can that be? There's only the two of them outside. You coughed, does Madam know? I have to go take a look." After saying that, he pulled her hand away and walked out in large strides. Seeing this, Yu originally wanted to follow, but seeing that the food in her bowl was not finished and the fire was still simmering, she continued to eat while looking at the fire in the stove. In any case, with her mother around, nothing would happen. At this time, Fengjiu opened the door of the guest room on the second floor and walked out. She was wearing a simple green robe, and her black hair was draped over her back. Because she had just taken a bath, she looked lazy. She walked to the railing and stood there looking down. Her gaze landed on the people of the Chung clan and asked, "Is there something you want?" Seeing her, it was almost needless to say that the Chung clan's ancestor and the others knew that it was her. Looking at her ordinary appearance and the simple green robe, they knew that she had changed her appearance. Thus, the Chung clan's ancestor took a step forward and cupped his hands to greet her. "This old man is the Chung clan's ancestor. Greetings to Madam." At this moment, because of nervousness, his heart was in a mess. Fengjiu slowly walked down the stairs and said, "I haven't gone to find you, but you came to find me." Hearing this, the hearts of the Chung clan's people trembled. They slightly lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. "Madam, this old man brought everyone of the Chung clan to apologize. We are willing to give you 10 precious treasures of our Chung clan and cripple our own cultivation." We only ask that Madam be magnanimous and spare our Chung clan this time. In the future, we will teach our descendants to do more good deeds and never forget Madam's kindness." Looking at her slowly walking down the stairs, the Chung clan's ancestor lifted his robe and knelt down, heavily kowtowing to her. The people outside the inn who were watching from afar couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Every one of them was shocked and stared in disbelief at the Chung clan's ancestor who was kowtowing. Such a character, who could shake an entire town with a casual stomp of his foot, actually knelt before an inconspicuous girl in green. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it was true. Feng Jiu stood in front of him and looked at the old man who was kneeling with his head on the ground. His eyes flashed. For people like them, if they crippled their own cultivation, they could only wait for death. Moreover, if they crippled their own cultivation, they wouldn't have much time left to live. She had some guesses as to why they had come to the inn to beg for a way out. After all, these people were powerhouses who had lived for hundreds of years. After knowing that the 4 people sent by the Chung clan had died, they should have guessed the Chung clan's final fate. She slowly walked over to the table where the 2 children were sitting and sat down. She slowly said, "Although this world respects the strong, there is always a way out. Since you have come to beg me, I can spare your Chung family this time." But at hearing her words, the Chung family's ancestor's heart was filled with joy. He couldn't help but look at her, but when he heard her pause, his heart jumped again. Chapter 5049. Feng Jiu glanced at him and said, "Hand over all of the Chung clan's belongings and move out of Longnan within 3 days." Everyone in the Chung clan was shocked to hear that. Hand over all of the Chung clan's belongings and move out of Longnan within 3 days. Without the support of the Chung clan's wealth, the descendants of the Chung clan who were used to living a luxurious life would be thrown from heaven to hell. Without the Chung clan's wealth and cultivation resources, it would be difficult for them to produce any powerful cultivators in the future. Longnan was the root of the Chung clan for generations. If they moved out of Longnan, they would have to leave their hometown and settle down somewhere else. The Chung clan of Longnan would cease to exist. Apart from that, the experts of the Chung family who were in charge of the Chung family would also find it difficult to survive. Their cultivations had been crippled, and they only had a few days left to live. The Chung family's enemies for generations would definitely not let go of this opportunity. At that time, the Chung family would most likely be doomed. The Chung clan's ancestor could not help but bow at the thought of this. He knew that the Chung clan's future was bleak. However, if he agreed, the Chung clan's descendants would have a chance to live. If he disagreed, the entire clan would be wiped out. Feng Jiu took a sip of her tea and said unhurriedly, "Other than this, you have no other choice. Since you're here, you must know who I am. Even if you sent the Chung family's descendants away in advance, you should know that with my ability, I can kill them with a single word." Her words shocked everyone in the Chung clan, especially the Chung clan's ancestor. His lips trembled and his pupils constricted. His initial hesitation turned into determination after hearing her words. "I'll listen to you, madam. Please give me 3 days to arrange everything. 3 days later, I'll personally bring the Chung clan's belongings to you and leave Longnan with them." He slowly knelt down, feeling helpless in his heart. However, he also knew that she was already being magnanimous and giving the Chung family a way out. If they were in her shoes, they might not be so merciful to the Song clan. "I'll give you 3 more days. As for them, cripple their cultivations now." Feng Jiu looked at the elders behind her and said calmly. The elders looked at each other and gritted their teeth. "Thank you, madam. We'll cripple our own cultivations now." With that, one of them lifted his hand and crippled his cultivation. The others followed suit and crippled their own cultivations. Crippling their cultivation was better than killing themselves. If they could find a way to prolong their lives and their remaining lifespan, perhaps they would not have to die. With this belief in their hearts, they crippled their cultivations. As their cultivations were crippled, the originally old people became even older. They slowly sat down on the ground. They didn't even have the strength to support themselves. They could only lean on the side and gasp for breath. When she saw this, Feng Jiu said, "Go back. In 3 days." "Yes. Thank you, madam." The Chung clan's ancestor replied with a trembling voice. When he got up, he saw the few people who were leaning against the wall, barely breathing. After taking a deep breath, he looked away and called out, "Men, send these elders back to the Chung clan." Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a bowl falling to the ground was heard from the kitchen. Chapter 50. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows when she saw me, heading to the kitchen. She glanced at the Chung family members, then at the Chung family's ancestor, the elders whose cultivations were crippled, and the guards. She asked, "Where's the head of the Chung family?" The Chung family's ancestor was startled. Only then did he remember that Chung Wanshan was nowhere to be seen. He thought about the commotion in the kitchen, then thought about the missing Chung Wanshan. His face instantly turned pale, and he asked angrily, "Where's Chung Wanshan? Where'd he go?" Cold sweat seeped out his back, and his heart sank. "Please don't let it be what I'm thinking, madam. Little Seven is missing." The bowl in the kitchen fell to the floor. "I picked up some food for her when I came out just now. The kitchen window was open, so she must have been kidnapped through the window." "Me," said with a face full of self-blame. It was all her fault for not looking after her properly and leaving her alone in the kitchen. Howard and Mu Chun looked at each other and went to stand beside their mother without saying anything. Feng Jiu took a sip of tea, then stood up and said, "Then let's go to the Chung family to take a look. If there's no accident, she should be there." She paused, and her clear eyes turned to look at the pale Chung family's ancestor. Her lips curled into a cold smile. "Don't you think so?" The Chung family's ancestor fell to his knees. "Madam, please investigate. We didn't know. I'll go back now. If Chung Wanshan really did it, I will kill him with my own hands." "I don't think you have guts," Feng Jiu said indifferently, then glanced at him and said, "Aren't you going to lead the way?" Now that her 3 children were here, she didn't have to worry about them anymore. She believed that even if they met with danger, they would have a way to save themselves. Yes. The Chung ancestor hurriedly stood up and brought her back to the Chung residence. At this moment, he hated Chung Wanshan to the core. If it was really Chung Wanshan who did it, then it could be said that their efforts were wasted. Right now, they could only hope that he did not hurt the little girl. Otherwise, their Chung family would be buried with her. The Chung family's patriarch personally brought her to the Chung family with me, Howard, and Mu Chun following behind. However, when the Chung family's patriarch hurriedly arrived at the Chung family's main gate, he heard a shrill scream coming from inside. Roar. After the blood-curdling screams were heard, the roar of a beast was heard. The roar carried the pressure of a divine beast, which shocked everyone in the Chung family, especially the guards in the front yard. They all widened their eyes and stared in shock at the seemingly innocent and harmless little girl. Who would have thought that she would be able to summon a divine beast with a smile on her face? Furthermore, she took advantage of their master's unguarded state and bit off one of his legs. Looking at the bloody leg that was thrown to the side, and then looking at the innocent little girl standing at the side, everyone felt their hair stand on end, and their hair stood on end. Before they arrived, they heard the noise inside. Feng Jiu was not surprised and raised his eyebrows. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. She was Feng Jiu's daughter. Was she a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch? Hao and Mu Chun, who were behind him, also looked calm and indifferent. Obviously, they had already expected this to happen. Only me, was stunned for a moment before she heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 50-51. Chung Wanshan, who was missing a leg, was paralyzed on the ground. His complexion was deathly pale as he screamed in horror. He tried to struggle to escape, but a majestic god-beast lion was lying on his body. It stretched out its tongue and licked the blood from the corner of its mouth. More than half of its weight was pressing down on his body, making him unable to struggle free. And not far away, a leg which was bitten off was thrown to one side. All the people in the surroundings were looking at this scene in horror, but no one dared to go forward. At one side, that little girl was looking at this scene. Her little face had a smile on it. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear on her face. Instead, there was excitement and expectation. He didn't expect that after hastily rushing back, he would see this kind of scene. Even the old ancestor of Chung clan, who had seen many things, couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this moment. This, in the end, what is going on? Aunt, seeing her mother had come, Yu-Er's face blossomed with a happy smile. She softly called and trotted over to her mother. Outside, they couldn't call her mother, and could only call her aunt. Seeing this little girl running over, Fengjiu smiled. Then hugging her, he asked, "How did you come here?" Yu-Er hugged his neck and said, "That bad person climbed the window and kidnapped me. After he caught me here, he wanted to tie me up. So I called out my contract beast to bite him. Ah, old ancestor save me." At this moment, one of Chung Wanshan's arm was also bitten off. This kind of scene of being bitten off was bloody and cruel. Seeing this, everyone of Chung clan felt their scalp tingling. Chung clan's old ancestor didn't understand why Chung Wanshan, who possessed good strength, was unable to resist this god beast. At this time, after Fengjiu shot a glance at Chung Wanshan, he raised his eyebrows and asked the little girl in his bosom, "Did you use medicine on him?" I just used a little." She stretched out her little finger and gestured. Who would have thought that he had bad intentions to catch her? Since he wanted to catch her, then she would follow along to play. In any case, her mother was preparing to deal with the people of Chung clan. Even if she let the lion bite him to death, her mother shouldn't blame her. Kacha! With a cracking sound, another miserable shriek rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the lion had bitten off Chung Wanshan's neck. However, the moment Chung Wanshan let out a scream, his entire spirit quickly fled. The body on the ground instantly became a corpse. After a flash of light quickly escaped from the corpse, it almost didn't think before rushing in the direction of Hao-Er and Mu-Chun. He thought that if his soul escaped, as long as he found a physical body, he could still live. If this physical body was one of the two boys, even this woman would not dare to do anything to him. Unexpectedly, he had overestimated his own speed. "You're courting death." Fengjiu's voice was indifferent and carried a trace of cold, killing intent. Almost at the same time as her voice sounded, a ball of flame emerged from her hand and engulfed the spirit with a whoosh. Hiss! Ah, no, I don't want to die. No. Ancestor, save me.